with the false favorite money line. Again, the number to call, same as always, 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669. Now, I have given out 7 chip plays. That's the Chris Hodge Insider Play. Going back to August, I am 6-1, and I have another one going tonight in college basketball that I absolutely love. So let's start you off with 2 free picks and then get the chip play at 888-994-6669.
This program was paid for by 1220 Enterprises. The opinions and views expressed are not those of local stations. Prior results do not guarantee future outcomes. Use of this information in violation of any federal, state, or local laws is prohibited. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The preceding was paid for by TakingVegas.com. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. 93.7 The Fan does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including international and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
Winter is here, and BetMGM wants to help you become king of the chill with a cool new player offer. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on sports, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. It's that easy, whether you take your shot on the court, on the field, or on the ice. When you join BetMGM, you get access to live betting, same-game parlays, free-to-play games, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Ready to get started? Make this winter one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. After my husband died, the last thing I wanted to think about was money. Ethos made it affordable to get life insurance. Signing up was fast and 100% online. I knew that I could pay our mortgage and have food in the fridge. I could focus on my kids. No one ever tells you how much you're going to depend on that policy. I am so grateful we had coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This year, flavor doesn't walk. It runs wild. At P.F. Chang's, we're charging into the year of the horse with bold new wok-fired dishes like pork belly bao buns and refreshing cocktails like the Midnight Gallop. P.F. Chang's beloved red envelope tradition returns, adding a surprise element to every visit during the Lunar New Year. Each guest receives a red envelope revealing a special offer redeemable on a future visit. Celebrate the Lunar New Year with flavor that runs wild at P.F. Chang's. Valid for dine-in only while supplies last. Details at pfchangs.com.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook. Want to know why betting the winter games on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle on the events you care about most, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The winter games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches that start to slow and somehow get tense fast. Speed skating decided by inches. And hockey games that feel different from the opening faceoff. So much more. U.S. hockey now going into the knockout stage with a bye into the quarterfinal round. They are right now the second favorites to win. The favorites being Canada. The way that they exploded through the preliminary round, Crosby's excellent play. The U.S. will likely play Sweden in the next round, and that'll be a tough match given Sweden came into this tournament with the third best odds to win. So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for fan headlines. Some sad news this morning. The Pirates announced the passing of seven-time All-Star Bill Mazeroski. He was 89. Pitt basketball today will take on Notre Dame at 2 o'clock from the Peterson Event Center. It's right here on The Fan with coverage at 1:30. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Panther Insider with Pat Bostic.
We talk about the game, and that's all we talk about.
It's time for the Panthers Insider Show. The Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliances. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. The Panthers Insider Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You heard it there from Joel Nelson. The Pittsburgh Pirates announced the passing of the legend William Stanley Bill Mazeroski. Passed away, and the Pirates announced that sad news this morning. Born September 5th, 1936 in Wheeling, West Virginia. Career batting average of .260, 138 career home runs, but none bigger, obviously, than his World Series winner. And Bill Mazeroski, a seven-time All-Star and a Hall of Famer, has passed away at the age of 89. We'll open the phone lines all show, and we're a Pitt show. Obviously, it's the Panther Insider Show. We got a lot to talk about today on the Pitt front. I wanted to wax historic and nostalgic anyway today. Pitt wrestling finished its final match last night at the Fitzgerald Fieldhouse in epic fashion with a 37-0 blanking of Virginia. But obviously, this news will dominate the day today. Got the Olympics, USA, Canada in the title. There's a lot to discuss, but I want to take your calls on Bill Mazeroski, who ironically grew up a Cleveland Indians fan, but obviously became a legend for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Bob Prince referring to him as the glove, the legendary Bob Prince with his defense. But obviously, Bill Mazeroski will be remembered for the home run of all home runs. And their season in 1960, the Pittsburgh Pirates finished fourth in the division and ended up winning the World Series on the heels of, obviously, Bill Mazeroski. And we celebrate his life today all day on 93.7 The Fan. I know we got the Pompiani show, Bob Pompiani from 11 to 1. Joel, who's following? Is it Colony today? Who do we have?
Yes, Jim Colony.
Jim Colony, who obviously has been in this marketplace for a long time and followed the Pirates and obviously has gotten a chance to be around Bill Mazeroski, who passed away. And that was announced this morning by the Pittsburgh Pirates. Again, a lot of Pitt talk to get into as well. Pitt Notre Dame today at the Peterson Event Center. A 2 o'clock tip-off between the Panthers and the Irish. Pitt in an interesting conundrum right now. Not a place you want to be in terms of their conference record, but they've got 5 games remaining against 5 teams in the bottom half of the league. The Panthers will take on Notre Dame today. Then they'll head to the West Coast next week to take on Cal and Stanford. Both of those teams have winning records, but are at or around 500 in the Atlantic Coast Conference. Panthers will come home to take on Florida State a week from Tuesday. I believe Tuesday or Wednesday, a 9 o'clock tip at the Peterson Event Center. Florida State towards the bottom of the league. And then the season ender will be at Syracuse in the formerly known as the Carrier Dome, now the JMA Wireless Dome. And you figure for Pitt to make the ACC tournament, they'll need to win 3 of those last 5 games. Pitt riding a 4-game losing streak right now in ACC play and needs to find a way to win today against a struggling Notre Dame team at the Pete to start to pave the way for a positive end to the season and a chance to go to the postseason in the ACC tournament, which we know 15 of 18 teams will make it to the Atlantic Coast Conference tournament in Charlotte in a few weeks' time. Pitt will need to win 3 of their final 5 games in order to do that, and it starts today with a 2 o'clock tip against Notre Dame. Bill Hillgrove, Curtis Aiken on the call. On the flagship, coverage will start at 1:30 with pregame show and lead you the whole way up through tip and tip through the final horn, and then the going home show with Bill Hillgrove, Curtis Aiken, and some player and coach guests, hopefully after a Pitt win. Big shout out, obviously, today to Pitt Wrestling for finalizing things at the Fitzgerald Fieldhouse. So as we take calls on Bill Mazeroski, your memories of maybe watching him at Forbes Field, him and the late Dick Grote at Forbes Field and their accomplishments, the history they made there. Pitt Wrestling has had a lot of history, as has Pitt Basketball, now obviously Pitt Volleyball in more recent years, Pitt Gymnastics in the Fitzgerald Fieldhouse, which is getting closer to not closing its doors per se, because obviously there'll still be training and so forth there as we lead up to the opening of the new Sports Performance Center and Victory Heights Arena next to the Peterson Event Center. If you go to the game today to watch Pitt take on Notre Dame, you'll see that building really coming to life and finalizing as we head into the spring months here soon. Not soon enough for me, with a little bit of snow projected for tomorrow. But the Fitzgerald Fieldhouse has been home to some great moments in the history of Pitt sports. Obviously, Jerome Lane comes to mind, but there's many more. It was really ushered in the Pitt basketball in the Big East. Pitt Wrestling has been a perennial top 25 program. The great Randy Stottlemyre, the late Randy Stottlemyre, going from coach to player. Legends like Donna DiMarino-Sanft coaching gymnastics in that building. And obviously Dan Fisher and his program in more recent years just rising to a level of dominance that really no program other than Pitt basketball in the mid-2000s, I guess the aughts is what they call them, 2003 to 2010, Pitt football from 1976 to 1982, Pitt volleyball going to 5 consecutive Final Fours. I lose track at this point, which is I am ashamed of myself for losing track, but at the same time, it's been so many that you can excuse yourself. So many great moments at the Fitzgerald Fieldhouse, and that's where I wanted to take the vibes today, because college sports is riddled with a lot of bad stuff right now, a lot of conversation about the mere existence of college sports and where it's headed. The money is obviously dominated the headlines. Legal disputes between players and schools, all those things that will continue. But really, sports is about memories. It's about the shared memories, the shared experiences you have with friends, with family. If you play with teammates as a kid, getting to meet your idol. There was a kid out there, maybe it was Bill Hillgrove, my partner on Pitt football broadcast. I got a chance to meet Bill Mazeroski and Dick Grote when he was a kid, running over to Forbes Field from Garfield. Maybe you were a kid growing up on Coltart down in Oakland, or Parkview, where Dan Marino grew up, and you ventured up the hill to watch a Pitt basketball game and watch Sam Clancy play in the Fitzgerald Fieldhouse. Excuse me. What are those memories? 412-928-9370, and certainly we'll revisit and continue to revisit throughout the course of the day here on Pittsburgh's #1 sports station, Marconi Award winning 93.7 The Fan. The life, the times, the accomplishments of the great Bill Mazeroski, the Pittsburgh Pirates, announcing again his sad passing this morning at the age of 89. And I say sad because he lived a great life. And his friends and family, no question, are mourning his passing today. But also, I think an entire region community and the entire baseball community are celebrating what Bill Mazeroski meant to the game, and obviously the Hall of Fame career that was solidified in 2001. His uniform number retired by the Pirates in 1987. In his 89 years, he accomplished more than most will accomplish in their lives, and we celebrate that today on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Again, taking your calls, 412-928-9370. Memories of Bill Mazeroski, memories of the Fitzgerald Fieldhouse Pit Wrestling with a 37-0 blanking of Virginia at the Fitz last night to close out their tenure in that great building before moving a little bit down the hill next to the Pete to Victory Heights here for their 2026-27 campaign. Then we'll get into some Pitt hoops talk again. The state of things, obviously not where anyone wants them. Pitt has a solid recruiting class assembled for next year. But I want to take a look at this team, and I want to take a look at how much they're depending on young players. And obviously, that is tough to do. That's hard to sustain throughout the grueling weeks of an ACC power conference schedule. And I think there's one or two of them that bode very well for the future of this Pitt program as we piece things together. Got some callers coming in. We'll take one to start. We'll go with Bob from Pittsburgh before we head to break. Bob, good morning.
Yeah, hey, this is Bob Friend, just talking about the passing of Mazeroski.
Morning, Bob. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, my dad played with him for 9 years, 10 years.
What are your memories of what your dad shared about him? And I'm sure you've been in his company before.
Oh, God, yeah. I mean, Maz was he was so quiet and so unassuming, as were a lot of those guys from that team in 1960. Number one, he really played golf very well. I remember I was down there. He was living down in Panama City Beach down around 2004, and I was representing I had just retired from the tour, and I was representing Hillman Properties down there at a club called Shark's Tooth Golf Club. And I'd played with Maz before, but he was down there, and I invited him to come out and play. And obviously the owners, the Hillman Properties, who were delighted to have Maz on the property. And, this was 22, 23 years ago. And when he was in the 60s, he went out there, shot 77.
Wow.
I mean, he hit it. You know what he did? He hit it just like he hit the baseball. He sprayed it all around. Good singles hitter. And but he was class all the way. And he came from nothing. And I tell you, my dad loved him, and my mom loved him. My mom is still alive. My mom is 90 and still very, very sharp. But I've been around Maz a ton. And he loved the Pirates. He loved Pittsburgh. And, my father, you talked to my father about, technically, he said he's the finest second baseman I've ever seen in my life. He said the ball came in and out of his glove so fast. He said it looked like it was a deflection. And, those really diehard Pirates fans that saw his gloves, his gloves were tiny.
Yeah.
It literally didn't even look like there was a pocket in his glove.
Wow.
And but I can tell you, he was raw, pure class, a man's man, very quiet, very unassuming, and it's very sad. I know that when Grote died, I felt that. I feel this one a little bit more because I did spend a lot of time with Maz, played in his charity outings, would see him at all the Pirate alumni things, and he was a pure guy. My dad loved him. He and my dad were very close. And, it's a very, very sad day for Pittsburgh, very sad day for baseball, and a very sad day for his family. But he's in a better place. And, he was legendary. He was just, I can't say enough wonderful things about such a great Pittsburgh guy.
Well, Bob, I really appreciate the call. We'll have to clip this. Some wonderful insight into the life, the times, and the man that was Bill Mazeroski. Bob Friend, obviously the son of the great Bob Friend, former Pittsburgh Pirate. And Bob, you're a heck of a player yourself. Obviously played on the tour, played on the senior tour, and now back in Pittsburgh. We appreciate your call this morning. Have a wonderful weekend.
Absolutely. God bless, guys.
There he goes, Bob Friend, the son of former Pirate Bob Friend, who played with, obviously, Bill Mazeroski for 9 years with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Some great insight. We'll take more calls. We'll talk about Maz. We'll talk Fitzgerald Fieldhouse. But obviously, we have to honor the life and times, the accomplishments of the great Bill Mazeroski. And we'll continue doing that on the Panther Insider Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt basketball at 2 o'clock this afternoon will take on Notre Dame at the Peterson Event Center right here on The Fan with coverage beginning at 1:30. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Voss TV and Appliance is my game plan for quality appliance and exceptional service. Pat Bostic here for my friends at Voss TV and Appliance, a trusted third-generation family-owned business. Voss carries many big-name television and appliance brands and provides helpful and honest guidance on product selection. Voss also has the best prices and most reliable service in the area. Get Voss TV and Appliance on your team today. Call 412-650-VOSS. That's 412-650-VOSS or visit VossTV.com.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Time to let Spitzer Auto World do the work during our trade-up, pay-down sales event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Trade up to lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 double cab rear-wheel drive from a low $249 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 39684, VIN 3TMK, B5FN6T, M055265, 39 months, $49.99 due at signing through TMS, plus title tax license registration, $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 3/2/2026.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now, back with more of the Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Well, welcome back to the Panther Insider Show. Best Pit Dog in Pittsburgh. Pit Talk in Pittsburgh. Pit Dog, what am I saying? Best Pit Talk in Pittsburgh, but today we pause a little bit and we take your calls at 412-928-9370. I was planning on waxing nostalgic a little bit today and talking about the field house, and we'll do that for sure as its competitive years are drawing to a close. We know not yet what the future holds for that historic building, but the passing of Bill Mazeroski will dominate the headlines locally today as the Pittsburgh Pirates are down in Pirate City in Bradenton preparing for their 2026 campaign. A lot of excitement around this Pirates ball club. I'm sure that nothing would honor the life of Bill Mazeroski more than a winning season for the Pittsburgh Pirates and a playoff berth. And I'm sure they will honor Maz in a profound way. And I look forward to that here in the city of Pittsburgh. But I thought of, as I drove in this morning, and Joel Nelson behind the glass provided me with the news of the passing of Bill Mazeroski, how I weave it into today's show. Give it, obviously it's due. It's just due, but talk Pitt as well. And there's no one better to do that with. And we audible a lot on this show. I was former quarterback. No one better to do that with than the great Bill Hillgrove, who joins us now on the fan hotline as he gets those golden chords ready for another broadcast today, Pitt Notre Dame at the Peterson Event Center. But Bill, I want to start with a young kid growing up in Garfield who was a Pirate fan, and I'm sure went to a lot of games and listened to the PA announcer. Your thoughts on the passing of Bill Mazeroski? I'm sure you've had plenty of opportunities to be in his company over the years.
I've been fortunate, Pat, that he included me among his friends. Not close friends, because I didn't play Major League Baseball. I think his closest friends were baseball people. But I got to know him through Adam Lynch, who was a sportsman, and of course Maz was a sportsman. And before that, I was doing a series on the television side of participation sports, and one of them was fishing. And I ended up fishing with Maz and another former major leaguer, Tom Qualters from McKeesport, who happened to be a member of the hunting and fishing department in the state, and the game commission, I guess you call it. And we ended up fishing on Raystown Lake for crappie. And after we caught enough, he took us to the shore, and right on the shore, he built a fire, and we cooked this crappie, and it was out of this world. So that was my first true upfront introduction to Maz. But of course, before that, I was a fan. Where was I when he hit the home run? Well, I was on duty at my FM station on Mount Washington, WKJF, listening to a portable radio and the description by Chuck Thompson. That's as close as I got to Game 7 of the World Series. But I remember driving home and all the celebration, and that was a very, very special time. A little bit later, Adam Lynch said to me, Maz wants to go fishing on Lake Erie, and he wants to meet us, and we can fish after this Sunday night, 11 o'clock news. We'll drive up and meet him at the pier. And sure enough, after the Sunday night 11 o'clock news, we drove up together, and here we are on the Erie Pier, and there's Maz in his camper trailer with his boat and everything attached. And we parked our cars, and he said, well, we got to find a place to dock the boat, and it'd probably be up near Walnut Creek, which is, a great place for fishing on Lake Erie. So, long story short, we find this parking lot, and we proceed to enjoy ourselves with a cup of coffee and a piece of pie. It lasted until about 4:30 in the morning. Adam and I wanted to talk baseball, and of course, Maz wanted to pick our brains about the TV business, and it was just delightful. Long story short, we are awakened by the sound of children's voices, and we realize we're in a school parking lot. And these children are looking at these old grizzly sportsmen who obviously were bleary-eyed at that point, and it's something I'll never forget. But Maz was so delightful. He didn't feel well that day, and so we said, well, let's go in and go have lunch at the Elephant Bar. And he said, oh, no, the rule in fishing is I keep you out here. Even though it's my boat and I'm not feeling well, I keep you out here. And so we spent a delightful day and then went to the Elephant Bar for dinner.
There you go. Bill Hillgrove with memories of Bill Mazeroski. I'm going to pick your brain on some other memories, Billy. The Fitzgerald Fieldhouse is entering its final chapter as a competitive host for Pitt sporting events, and Pitt Wrestling has had a storied chapter of that book. That ended last night with a 37-0 blanking of Virginia. You called a number of games in that building for Pitt basketball. None more historic than Jerome Lane sending it in and shattering the backboard like he did. Your memories of that building, Bill, I think in today's world, right, the Peterson Events Center has dominated the latest chapter of Pitt basketball, but so much great basketball played in that building, so much great wrestling happening in that building, obviously volleyball in more recent years. That building is truly historic, and we're seeing it host competitions for a final month and change.
Yeah, the memories are, so pleasant, and especially the dramatic wins, the shot by Larry Harris to win a game, the shot by Clyde Vaughn, another shot by Rod Brooken, and of course, the Lane experience, which just came out of the blue. You don't expect that. And you know what, Pat? I also got to see Blood, Sweat, and Tears there.
Wow.
And Ike and Tina Turner.
Wow. So some legends that, including yourself, Bill, calling games with the great Dick Grote for as many years as you did. A kid from Garfield ends up fishing with Bill Mazeroski and calling basketball games with Dick Grote. You earned it, but you also hit the sports lottery when it comes to that. One final question for you, Billy. We talked about this Thursday on the Fan Morning Show, your weekly appearance at 7:45, 7:50 on Thursdays. Pitt basketball not where they want to be right now. I think a lot of certainly negative talk about where the program is and so on and so forth. But we have to deal with what's in front of us. That is 5 games that will determine whether or not Pitt gets to the Atlantic Coast Conference Tournament in Charlotte. Two-pronged question. One, how many of these 5 did the Panthers need to win? I've heard it's got to be 3. That's the general consensus. Your thoughts on that? And 2, what positives do you draw from this team sitting here today that will propel it to winning 3 of those 5?
Well, first of all, let's answer the second question. I see the fight. That team hasn't mailed it in. I think a lot of teams, especially where this program has been, to have this kind of season, would just say, we can't wait to get it over and mail it in. And they haven't done that. They're still fighting and scrapping. And to that point, Pat, the 5-game losing streak that they're on, the winning percentage of the opposition in the league was 78%. Now for these 5 games, it's 36%. So they are winnable games, and so that's very encouraging. Why the program is at a nadir? There are many reasons, but I think the 2 chief among them is that Jeff has had bad luck and bad luck continued this year with no Deshaun Jackson. And so Cam Corhan had to play the 5 instead of the 4. Papa Conte, another big man, got hurt and was unavailable. Biba gets hurt, and he's unavailable for the rest of the season. And, I really think a lot of their woes are tied to the NIL situation, which, as we all know, is totally out of control. And I think until they get higher on the pecking order of NIL teams in that league, I think, the struggles should continue. So they've got to change that, and I think they know it.
Well, Billy, we appreciate you waking up and joining us this morning on the Fan Hotline. Have a great call today. We'll see you at the Pete here in just a few hours. Safe travels in.
Thank you. Always a pleasure, especially to be on the air with a quarterback. I'm thrilled.
And my partner, Bill Hillgrove, joining us on the Fan Hotline. A sudden change situation on the Panther Insider Show as we celebrate and honor the life of Bill Mazeroski. No one better to do that than Bill Hillgrove, who joined us to provide his perspective. Also, not the closing, but the closing of a chapter in the Pitt athletic history with the Fitzgerald Fieldhouse ringing in its final competitions. And Bill's perspective on that was absolutely terrific. Obviously, he'll be on the call with Curtis Aiken today at 2 o'clock for Pitt, Notre Dame. Steve in the car has wanted to talk about Maz for a while now, and I appreciate his patience. Steve, good morning. Obviously a somber start to the weekend, but I'm sure you have great memories.
Sure do. I'm fortunate enough to be the family caretaker of the 2 ticket stubs of my parents attending Game 7 of the 1960 World Series. And the first year that I attended Pirates Fantasy Camp, Bill Mazeroski was a coach there, and I was able to meet him and get him to autograph one of the ticket stubs and spend a little time. He was still coaching us old kids on how to turn a double play at fantasy camp. That was the only year that he attended, but it's one of the great memories of my life. I was too young to remember the day of that game, but, I feel like I have a small piece of Pittsburgh history, and it means a lot to me, and I'm sure to a lot of other people. I took my dad at the 50th anniversary of Game 7. There was a little celebration at the Wall in Oakland here, and at one point, Kevin McClatchy, the owner at the time, had asked if anyone had attended the game, and my dad was the only one who raised his hand, and when people saw that we had the ticket stubs, everyone came over and wanted to have photos taken with the ticket stubs. So it was a great moment for both of us.
Well, I really appreciate you calling in this morning, Steve, and sharing your thoughts. Take good care of those ticket stubs. Those are quality, and have a wonderful weekend. We appreciate everyone calling this morning, sharing your recollection, your memories of the great Bill Mazeroski. We'll continue to do that as the show goes on. Jim Colony follows me from 9 to 11, and then the Bob Pompiani show, the Bob Pompiani radio program, from 11 until 1 o'clock. And I'm sure those two men will have plenty of their own insights, having covered Pittsburgh sports as closely as they have for decades. They obviously have been familiar with Maz and around Maz. Again, his passing announced this morning by the Pittsburgh Pirates at the age of 89. Coming up next, we dive a little bit into this Pitt basketball team, talk about this game today. Panthers 1.5-point favorites at home against Notre Dame at the Pete, a 2 o'clock tip between the Panthers and the Irish. We'll continue taking your calls, 412-928-9370. It's the Panther Insider Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This afternoon, Pitt basketball is back in action against Notre Dame at 2 o'clock at the Peterson Event Center, and it's right here on the Fan. Coverage at 1:30. Pirates today take on Baltimore to open up their spring training. That game at 1 o'clock on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off February with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2026 Kia Carnival LX, only $399 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $215 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Your best President's Day deal is at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, and we've got them. 7-passenger Outlanders take up to $10,000 off or finance at 0% for an incredible 72 months. Outlander Sports take up to $5,000 off or just 2.99% financing for 60 months. All backed by that unbeatable warranty. The Mitsu that fits you is right here in Washington. And why? Because the bow tie means a better buy. Shop President's Day savings at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
Sick of gray, gloomy winter hibernation? At Kohl's, you can make spring come early with colorful accents that brighten up your home, like vibrant cookware and decor, cozy bedding and towels. Plus, Kohl's Rewards members save 15% on home purchases. So shop Kohl's Home Refresh and move on to spring. The weather will catch up eventually. Select styles. Offer ends March 1st. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 442 Unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
And we're back with Taylor Fournier talking about the value you get working with Pittsburgh's one and only family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store.
Bob, at Three Rivers, our customers get the Pittsburgh traditional car buying experience, and we're proud of it, since Dad opened the doors in 1984.
No holding customers' keys, forced test drives, or waiting for hours to hear from my manager to get a quote?
Not at Three Rivers. If it's new, certified pre-owned, car or truck, you have questions, we have answers. Get your quote and you're out the door.
In person, on the phone, online.
That choice is yours. With our exclusive 3R software, you get a final price, no surprises during signing, simple as that.
During our President's Day sales event, lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee from $229 per month. And the choice is yours, multi-location conglomerate or traditional Pittsburgh Three Rivers. Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
It's the Panther Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There's a drive at the deep left field. Look out now. That ball is going down. Mazeroski hits it over the left field fence for a home run, and the Pirates win it 10-9 and win the World Series. And the fans go wild.
How about that? Joel Nelson pulling it from the archives. Bill Mazeroski's walk-off in 1960. The game winner for the Pittsburgh Pirates as they will in the World Series at Forbes Field. And obviously, we celebrate, and we've taken calls all show. Bill Hillgrove, Bob Friend, with a great call, the son of the late Bob Friend, his father, pitcher for the Pirates, spent 9 seasons alongside Maz. And I was just talking to Jim Colony about the number of those great men that are no longer with us, and those that are still with us, and we're trying to figure out who may still be alive from that team that obviously is historic and legendary for their accomplishments in that season. None more visible, none more iconic than Bill Mazeroski, who passed away at the age of 89. The Pirates announced that this morning. I want to honor the Pitt Varsity Letter Club's awardees of distinction. This is a great honor for not only the athletic accomplishments, but also the personal and professional accomplishments of so many great Pitt athletes over the years. And this year's class is no different. DJ Kavanaugh, the brother of Matt Kavanaugh, who a 4-year member of the Pitt football program. He's currently the general sales manager at WTAE Pittsburgh in the Hearst Broadcasting Corporation. Been in TV for a long time, but obviously he was on those great teams in the early 80s. His brother, Matt, the quarterback of Pitt's 1976 national championship team. We congratulate DJ. Joanna Burke, 4-year member of Pitt women's basketball program. She's a 1991 Big East Rookie of the Year, 2-time All Big East first team member. Julie Gall, Pitt volleyball. She was the MVP of the Big East in 2004, so early in the years of that program. Mike Bacasa, Pitt men's soccer in the early 90s. Terrell Austin, former Steelers defensive coordinator, 4-year letterman for Pitt in the mid-'80s. He's coached the National Football League for a very long time. Ken Sile, who I believe is the grandfather of Amanda Sile King, who works here at Odyssey Sports Pittsburgh, Odyssey Pittsburgh. She covers all stations and is a great broadcaster in her own right. Susan Sue Stewart, one of our great donors, Panther Club members at Pitt. She was a 3-year letterwoman on the women's basketball team and got her degree in health and physical education from Pitt in 1967. Ellie Pecula, gymnastics. Lindsay Outfit, gymnastics. Couple gymnasts on this list honored last night at the Peterson Event Center. And just a terrific ceremony and obviously a great honor for those folks and what they've accomplished, again, not only on the field's courts of competition, but also what they've done post-graduation in life, what they've done in their communities. It really is a holistic award and one that we celebrate and hold in very high regard at the University of Pittsburgh. Pitt basketball today, Pitt Notre Dame. Big matchup for the Panthers today. 2 o'clock tip-off at the Peterson Event Center. Pitt's a 1.5-point favorite in this game, and they need to win this game, period. It is do or die time in terms of qualifying for the ACC tournament. When you take a look at the ACC standings as they sit here today, Pitt is in a tie at the bottom of the conference. Gives me no pleasure to share that. With a 2-11 record, Georgia Tech actually is technically at the bottom. They're 2-12. But Pitt and Boston College both have 2 wins. Notre Dame's got 3. So you win this game today, you have the same amount of wins as them, and you win head-to-head. You put yourself in an opportunity to be in that final 15 that make the ACC tournament, and then anything can certainly happen from there. But the chance to extend your season, to end this season with positivity, starts today with a 2 o'clock tip against Notre Dame. Again, the Panthers it was Amanda's uncle. I just got corrected. I just got corrected by someone. Allison Rubin, thank you so much. Ken Sile is Amanda Sile King's uncle. Perfect. Got it. I'm going to get that right because he is a great man and Amanda is awesome herself. But Pitt today on the hardwood, big one. And it's a big one for a number of reasons, as we just outlined. Pitt a 1.5-point favorite. What gives me hope for this game certainly has been the fight that Bill Hillgrove spoke about earlier in the program when he joined us to talk about Maz and the field house and so on. The Panthers have battled. Their offensive capabilities are limited for a number of reasons. But to me, I've seen growth from a couple players this year that give me a good deal of optimism for their inclusion on what next year's roster looks like. And obviously, there's going to be a bit of a reconstruction that needs to happen in order for the Panthers to reassert themselves amongst the competitive teams in the Atlantic Coast Conference. The Panthers just can't score it enough right now. They're not deep enough on the interior, and they lack the shooting that they've had in years past that only a couple years ago had them competing for a regular season title in the ACC. In fact, a Blake Hinson desperation heave banked off the backboard and hit the front rim, which would have given Pitt the regular season title in a contest down in Coral Gables against Miami. But Roman Cialeppa, we've talked about him a lot on this show, and for my money, a guaranteed picks are brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, family owned for over 60 years and the lowest prices in town guaranteed. For my money, Roman Cialeppa epitomizes Pitt basketball over the past 25 years. Is he the most talented offensively? No. Is he the tallest? No. Is he the toughest? Perhaps. Is he strong? Does he play hard? Does he defend? I mean, watching him against Boozer and him being able to keep him out of the paint. Boozer got his buckets, off second chance opportunities, made a 3, I think. But that is exactly what you need in terms of a young player, not only emerging, he's in a new country. Basketball is becoming his primary sport for perhaps the first time in his life at the ripe age of 18 or 19 years old. And when you come to the Peterson Event Center to watch him play, there's an energy about him that honestly harkens back to the greats DeJuan Blair and others. The energy. I'm not talking about skill set. I'm not talking about size. I'm not talking about shooting. I'm talking about energy. And Bill Hillgrove talked about this team playing hard and not quitting. Roman Cialeppa has personified that. Now, Amari Witherspoon has had a very up and down freshman season, but there have been flashes of brilliance. There's been flashes of the player that we thought he would be this season. But again, you're talking about 2 true freshmen. Noya Sindrisitis has been another redshirt freshman they've counted on to play a great deal of basketball. Brandon Cummings, who will no longer be available for this team for the remainder of the season after having an ankle procedure, is a young player. Barry Dunning has shown signs. He may have another year. We don't know that at this point. That could be at Pitt as a very quality role player. 3-and-D type guy, can get to the rim, really can elevate. First time playing in the big time in a while. Has been to a couple different schools. It is certainly clear, and a top 15 whatever recruiting class next year, which frankly means less in today's college basketball than it used to. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way to Pitt. I mean it in terms of where the reality of college basketball is. The reality of college basketball right now is you have the best recruiting class in the world. You generally win with older players. Look at Indiana's football team. Bunch of 22 and 23-year-olds. You can get old fast. It used to be you wanted to get old through retention and development. Look at those Pitt teams that Jamie Dixon had. Senior-led. This team is not that. And it's been a struggle, and it's been hard to watch at times. But they haven't quit. And I'm not celebrating where this team is at. But what I'm saying is there are components of this team that I think will be very important to what next year looks like and beyond. And Roman Cialepa is where I start with that. I look forward to watching him play at 2 o'clock today against the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in a Florida beach house? Let Secure Money Advisors help you get your retirement on track. Temps today in the mid-40s. In the 30s Sunday through Tuesday. Maybe a little bit of snow tomorrow. We'll close the show with, again, another tribute to the great Bill Mazeroski, whose passing was announced this morning by the Pirates. Jim Colony up next with his perspective on the life and times of Maz with the 1960 walk-off, 7-time All-Star, 2001 Hall of Famer. Sad news to start our weekend, but it means we can celebrate and look back on all the memories that Maz helped us create. Thanks to Joel Nelson behind the glass for manning the ones and twos, for everyone that called in, Bob Friend, Bill Hillgrove. We appreciate your contributions to the show this morning. It's been fun. We've been a little all over the place, but that's what happens when you get news about a great passing on. You stop everything and you pay tribute. Enjoy your weekend and hail to Pitt.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 61 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hi, this is Bill Hillgrove. Life moves fast, but planning ahead doesn't have to be complicated.
Exactly, Bill. That's why NSS Life offers affordable life insurance and reliable annuities you can count on.
It's the peace of mind you've been looking for.
Because you're not just planning for tomorrow, you're building a future that lasts a lifetime.
NSS Life. Secure today, confident tomorrow.
NSS Live, where family matters.
Shop the President's Day sales event at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington. Last chance for Ram Truck Month. 26 Ram Bighorn, now up to $10,000 off the MSRP. 26 Wrangler Sport, just $399 a month. 2025 Grand Cherokee loaded up, only $529 a month. All with up to 125% of KBV for your trade. Smart buyers are making the drive to Washington. And why? Because the bow tie means a better buy. Shop President's Day savings at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit
Visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural, drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. A robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Earlier today, the Pirates announced the passing of seven-time All-Star Bill Mazeroski. He was 89. Pitt basketball today will take on Notre Dame at 2 o'clock. It's right here on the Fan with coverage at 1:30. Pirates also in action today to open up spring training. They take on Baltimore at 1 o'clock on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Saturday morning with Jim Colony.
We're talking all things Pittsburgh sports all weekend.
You're doing it all weekend, too?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
There's a drive at the deep left field. Look out now. That ball is going down. Hits it over the left field fence for a home run, and the Pirates win it 10-9 and win the World Series. And the fans go wild.
Oh, man. If you're just tuning in, but maybe you've been on for a while, Pat Bostic did a nice job with this. But Bill Mazeroski passed away earlier today. Pirates announced that earlier this morning. And that call, Chuck Thompson on the national radio call in 1960, Game 7, the Pirates over the heavily favored New York Yankees, who had won like 3 blowout games in that World Series. The Pirates are winning all the close ones. The Yankees won the blowouts. But then when you got down to it, there was Maz in the 9th inning off Bill Terry and Yogi Berra. You can visualize it. Now, I was only 4 years old when this happened. But the visual is still there with Yogi Berra as the left fielder. You know him as a catcher, right? A Hall of Fame catcher. Yogi Berra was the left fielder for the Yankees at that point. And there he is, number 8, facing the rest of the facing the infield, and there's the ball over the wall. And man, that was a real home run too. I mean, that was when ballparks were big, and Forbes Field was big. Bill Mazeroski was not big, but nobody was bigger in that moment. Bill Mazeroski was still, people talk about, they'll give you Joe Carter, they'll give you Kirk Gibson, but when you talk about the greatest home run in baseball history, some people will give you Carlton Fisk. I remember that from when I was in college. But that is still it. That's still the home run. Bill Mazeroski to win Game 7 of the 1960 World Series. And rest in peace, as Maz passed away earlier today at the age of 89. And he was the youngest guy. I don't know if he was the youngest, but he was one of the youngest guys on that 1960 team. He was 24 years old when he hit that. He just turned 24 the month before he hit that home run. He's also local. He was born in Wheeling, grew up in Ohio, and a son of a coal miner. That was it was a storybook existence for Bill Mazeroski. And he was still just 24 years old when he hit that home run. And so I started looking up that was his 4th full season in the majors. You kind of lose sight of this stuff, that Bill Mazeroski made his major league debut when he was 19. Played half a season at the age of 19, and then he became a regular then. And so at the age of 24, which is still young by current Pirate standards, and really by current standards with a lot of organizations, it was his 4th full season. He'd been in the majors for 4.5 years when he hit what I still think ranks as the greatest home run in World Series history. But Bill Mazeroski passed away earlier today, like I said, at the age of 29. Another story, and I referenced Stephen Nesbitt's obituary in the Post-Gazette today, which brought up the point about how, you think about nowadays, how things have changed, obviously. I mean, things change pretty much, well, in some instances daily, but things certainly change. Technology, the way we live our lives, all sorts of different things. And you imagine what happens now after a player does something similar to what Bill Mazeroski did in 1960, and the celebrations afterwards, and the media obligations, and just the stuff that guys have to or choose to do, or both, these days. And when you read Stephen's obituary, it brings up the point about how Maz and his wife just kind of wandered into Shenley Park and sat down on a bench by themselves and took it all in. Just thinking I can only imagine they're sitting there going like, holy crap, what did I just do? And how you could be able to celebrate such an iconic moment basically by themselves, just to celebrate as a couple. That must have been amazing. And of course, people still gather, to this day on the anniversary of his home run and listen to the radio broadcast. And it just, and that's something that never gets old, and I hope it continues. So, I'm Jim Colony. We'll be paying tribute to Bill Mazeroski today. There are some other things going on in sports. I did have a show planned out. By coincidence, I just happened to get a hold of Neil Walker, who arrived in Bradenton yesterday. And Neil's going to join us at 10 o'clock. And he'll have some great stories, because Maz, when they kind of couldn't find a position for Neil, finally he settled on second base. And he worked extensively with Bill Mazeroski, who made Neil into a really, 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 really good defensive second baseman. And to this day, nobody has turned more double plays in Major League Baseball as a second baseman than Bill Mazeroski. And he retired. I'd have to look up and see when his last season was. Probably, I'm trying to think of 72. Yeah, it was 72, because he was also, and we got a text on this at 412-928-9370. That's the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. somebody did remind on the text line that, you kind of lose track. Obviously, he was on the World Series team in 1960, but Maz was still hanging around in 1971. At that point, Dave Cash was the second baseman, or was it Rennie? No, Dave Cash in 70, and Rennie Stennett was 79. but Maz was still there. And so he was a World Series champ in 71 as well. But anyway, we're going to have Neil on to talk about that. And I know Bill Hillgrove checked in earlier with Pat Bostic on the Pit Show. Billy's going to join us in the 10 o'clock hour as well. He has a lot of post-career Bill Mazeroski stories. I know that. And Billy got to know Maz very well over the years. We are going to talk some hockey today because this is a big hockey weekend. And as everybody had figured and hoped, although the figuring part looked like it was ready to go out the window a couple of days ago at the Olympic hockey tournament when the United States and Canada had their hands full, and Canada did again yesterday. The U.S. had an easier time of it with Slovakia, as expected, but that was the one thing that was as expected that turned out as expected. But there is a gold medal game tomorrow between the United States and Canada. And then a few days after that, the Penguins have already reconvened, those that weren't in Milan. But the Penguins season will resume, and it's going to be just basically games every other day, and in some cases back to back. There's just a whole bunch of games in very few days between, now in the trade deadline and then now in the playoffs, which, can the Penguins hang on? We've seen them collapse down the stretch before, but we'll get Dan Kingerski from Pittsburgh Hockey now. I'm sure he has some Maz recollections as well. But we're going to talk hockey with Dan. That'll be coming up here in about 15 minutes. And then, like I said, in the 10 o'clock hour, Neil Walker and then Bill Hillgrove will join us talking about Bill Mazeroski. And the Pirates have a game today. The first exhibition game will be in Baltimore. It's in Sarasota, which is one of the, I always like going to the games in Sarasota. Really good burgers in Ed Smith Ballpark, or it's Ed Smith, whatever it is, whatever they call it. It's named after some guy named Ed Smith. And they have really good burgers there. I do remember that from covering spring training. But so the Pirates have a game today, so we'll discuss that as well. And since I mentioned how young Bill Mazeroski was when all this stuff happened to him, is there a correlation that can be made here with another kid who is, 19 years old, who's in spring training right now and turns 20 in a couple of months? Could he make his major league debut? Well, he won't be 19 when he makes his major league. Oh, actually, I guess he could. No, yes, he could. He could because Connor Griffin doesn't turn 20 until April. So if he's there on opening day, and who knows what's going to happen, starting this afternoon, we'll get a little bit better idea. I think the Pirates have a plan to put him in the minors for about a month. And that's another thing we can talk to Neil Walker about is, how much seasoning does one player need? And what, say, Neil Walker needed, or what Andrew McCutchen needed, or what Bill Mazeroski needed, 70 years ago. How does that compute to any particular player today? I don't know that it does. But we can certainly talk about that stuff. So I have some other things written down here as well, because, what would a sports show be like on a Pittsburgh radio station without mentioning the Steelers? I think Jeff Hathorn and I, though we had Mark Cabali on when Jeff and I were on President's Day doing the morning show, and I think I mentioned them very briefly last weekend when I was on, but, we almost got away without talking Steelers because it pretty much is the same thing over and over again, although things could change. But just to basically share a few thoughts. The Steelers, here's the thing we're talking about, the quarterback, because it always is, and it does. Obviously, you need a quarterback. You need a quarterback. And, was Sam Darnold at one point looked like he was never going to make it in the NFL, and all of a sudden he shows up with the Vikings and has a great year and parlays that into a nice deal with the Seattle Seahawks, and he ends up winning a Super Bowl. Right place, right time kind of thing. You need the quarterback. And it looks like even though the Patriots didn't win the Super Bowl, which is good because they still only have 6 and the Steelers still have 6. You need the quarterback, and the Patriots are in pretty good shape, even though he needs some experience. But the Steelers and this Aaron Rodgers thing, and we've heard different things, and Aditi Kinkhabwala, who she's plugged in, right? She does a lot of sideline stuff for CBS, and she does mostly AFC North stuff. It seems like she does the Browns games a lot. But Aditi's plugged in. She's got a lot of contacts around the league, and her information is, it kind of came out of nowhere, kind of, sort of, is that she doesn't expect Aaron Rodgers to play this season. Well, the one thing that the Steelers can't afford, and I think this is, I might be, Mr. Obvious here. The Steelers can't afford to futz around with this and with him, is that they just need to step up and they need to let him know, if he's in a cone of silence or darkness or whatever he calls those things, is that you need to let us know. You want to come back, okay, we'll bring you back. But we need to know by fill in the blank. And that blank should be sometime in early March, the first week of March, because free agency starts that second week of March when you can legally tamper. I love that term. The free agency begins on March 11th, but the legal tampering period begins on the 9th. So if there's legal tampering beginning on the 9th, I imagine there's a lot of illegal tampering that's going on right now. But they can't wait around for him. They need to be able to set a course for the off, to set their course, how they're going to proceed throughout the off season. And so they need to tell him, okay, you need to give him a drop dead date. And you don't want to say like, well, you need to let us know within a couple of weeks from now, because we need to know within 2 weeks. That's it. That's the drop dead date. No, none of that. You need a real drop dead date of letting us know, look, you want to play or not? You want to play with us or not? Let us know. If the answer is no, that's fine. Just let us know. And then you can move on. And even though, I'm using free agency in the beginning of the league year as a drop dead date target, that really shouldn't pertain to the Steelers because I don't think they should be in the market for a free agent quarterback anyway, especially not for some ridiculous sum of money. If you believe any of the sums of money that are thrown around to, Malik Willis is going to be worth, what, $40 million a year? I'm not sure, but I know who the guys are who come up with that, but I just don't understand that. There's a lot more that you could do to help your football team with $40 million than to pay Malik Willis to come in for a few years while you continue to search for a franchise quarterback down the line. That is a colossal waste of resources, in my opinion. But I guess that's why we're here to have an opinion. I'll come back to my old thing, and I know people that are loyal listeners to some degree are sick of hearing this. I would still like to see what Mason Rudolph would do under Mike McCarthy with a real offensive coordinator, because he's never had one. He's never had one here. I'm really curious. If Kevin Colbert, probably one of the worst things that Kevin ever said was when the word got out that he said, admitted the Steelers had a first-round grade on Mason Rudolph, because that damned him from the start. He was a third-round pick. All right, so whether they had a first-round grade on him or not, doesn't matter. He was a third-round pick. And I know Tom Brady was a fifth or sixth-round pick, but. So, Brock Purdy was a seventh-round pick. So where they're drafted doesn't really matter. It's how they perform in the league. And I don't know if he's ever really had a chance to perform the way that he might be able to with and the experience that he's gained over the years. And don't forget, he performed well down the stretch when he had to a couple years ago when the other guys who came in here couldn't do it. So I'd still like to see, and I think that then use your money elsewhere, the same way that you could probably use $40 million to better your team better than you are on an aging, non-productive postseason edge rusher. But I'd still like to see what they could get for T.J. Watt at this point. But he may be worth, after the last couple off seasons, he's probably worth more to the Steelers than he is with what they're going to get in return, since what would they get in return? A second or third round draft pick, which they've already got plenty of those, at least this season. So anyway, so there's your obligatory Steelers talk. And I was going to mention, too, And this is, I guess, what things come in threes. One thing I wanted to get to a couple of weeks ago that I never did was Elroy Face, another, Pirate from the 1960 World Series team, who still has, and Clint Hurdle used to always talk about, when he talked about different players, and he talked about, the back of the baseball card. And I guess people still get baseball cards, but you don't go to the baseball card to get statistical reference anymore because everything is readily available online. But, back when us old people were kids and the baseball card was really cool, you look on the back and you're like, oh, man, I got a Clemente. What did he do in 1963? Well, he won the batting title. That kind of stuff. But I remember getting Elroy Face baseball cards as a kid, and at this point, when I was collecting baseball cards, it would have been probably 1963, 64, right around in there. And you look on the back of the Elroy Face baseball card, and there's 1959 where he was 18-1. And I'm thinking like, whoa, how'd you do that? And then you do some further looking up in old school encyclopedias and stuff, and you find out that, wait, he was a relief pitcher? And so there's obviously a lot of skill involved in that, a lot of luck. And in 1959, even though they were a year away from becoming a World Series championship team, the Pirates still had a pretty formidable lineup where they were good enough in the late innings when Elroy got into the games, when they came from behind or what's the word I'm looking for here? They came from behind, or they took a tie game and they ended up winning the game. So he was lucky in that regard. He was skillful that he was able to hold whatever runs the Pirates had scored without allowing any more and give his teammates a chance to score runs. But nonetheless, you look at the back of his baseball card and you're going like, man, this guy went 18-1. And then further on the baseball card, if you look at it, Elroy Face was 5'8". And I know people are bigger these days than they were, but I wanted to pay tribute to him, and I never really got a chance to do that. And then Mike Wagner, who is one of the more underrated Steelers, and the 70s Steelers, of which Mike Wagner was an integral part, was obviously littered with Hall of Famers. So many that there are other guys that should be in the Hall of Fame that won't get in because there are so many other guys that are already in the Hall of Fame. And Mike Wagner is arguably one of those guys. But you couldn't find a better safety tandem than Donnie Shell and Mike Wagner. And both of those guys, they were not highly drafted, both of them. Anyway, Mike Wagner, one of the all-time underrated Steelers, a really nice guy. Met him on a few occasions. Never got to know him, so I can't speak on that. But he was just a really solid guy, really humble guy. And he passed away. He was only 74 years old. So rest in peace, Elroy Face, Mike Wagner, and you want things in threes. And here it is, Bill Mazeroski passing away today at the age of 89. Still the greatest. The greatest home run in World Series history. So R.I.P. to Bill Mazeroski. All right, coming up next, there are some other things going on, like Olympic hockey for one. The Penguins are at it. So we're going to talk to my friend Dan Kingerski from Pittsburgh Hockey now. A little hockey talk coming up, and we'll have a lot more of Bill Mazeroski in the 10 o'clock hour with Neil Walker and also Bill Hillgrove. I'm Jim Colony on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
2 o'clock this afternoon, Pitt basketball is in action. They'll take on Notre Dame at the Peterson Event Center, and it's right here on The Fan with coverage beginning at 1:30. Catch it on the free Odyssey app as well. Pirates today in action to open up spring training. They take on Baltimore at 1 o'clock. That game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani. You want to make some extra money? This is the time to do it because the new year is here, and so are stellar rewards from DraftKings Casino. Blast off for a free chance at $5,000 in credits with Daily Rewards Rocket. Log on to DraftKings Casino and launch your rocket 3 times for a chance to collect credits, spins, and much more. Come back every day to launch more rockets and get more rewards. Then enjoy all of your favorite slots, live dealer experiences, and classic table games. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, we'll get Dan Kingerski coming up here in a little bit. First of all, we get at least one guy. Maybe we'll get 2 guys on here because they want to talk about Maz. So let's see if I can do this. Actually, Joel, bring up Dave, if you would, please. Let's go to Wexford and Dave. Good morning, Dave.
Morning, Jim. How are you?
Pretty good.
Good. Back in 2000, I was writing for a small newspaper in Pittsburgh, and Bill Mazeroski came back for the 40th anniversary of his home run. And I had a chance to listen to an interview that Thor Tolo did, who used to work at KDKI.
I do remember Thor.
I sat beside him, and one thing that Bill Mazeroski said that everybody forgets, everybody thinks it was the first pitch in the 9th inning, that he hit the home run, and it was actually the second pitch. And I went on to YouTube, and I found out the first pitch to him was a ball. And Johnny Blanchard, the catcher for the Yankees, had to go out and talk to Ralph Terry. And it was a very brief conversation, and I always wondered what they talked about for those 10 seconds. I mean, it couldn't have been like, hey, Ralph, why don't you throw a hanging fastball, like belt high, and so Bill Mazeroski can hit the most famous home run in history. But I didn't realize that until I found that on YouTube. But everybody thought it was the first pitch and not the second pitch.
Yeah, that's actually in the in the obituary in the Post-Gazette. Stephen Nesbitt wrote the story, and that was covered. It didn't cover what Blanchard said. What somebody did say, what pitch did you call? And Blanchard's answer was the wrong one. So I believe the way it was related in the obituary was that the first pitch was high, and Blanchard said, hey, look, you don't want to throw the high ones because that's where he might hurt you. And I guess the next pitch was a little bit lower, but apparently not low enough. But Dave, thank you very much for the story. Let's get one more call in here about Bill Mazeroski, who passed away earlier today at the age of 89. Let's go to Bob in the car. Morning, Bob.
Hey, Jim. How you doing? Hey, first of all, I just want to say I really appreciate when you're on. I'm 74 years old, and when you're on, and I miss Ron Cook, I miss some of the guys that have some of the older memories.
Yeah, well, we definitely have older memories, and Bill Mazeroski certainly is one of them.
Yeah. I was 8 years old when they won the 1960 series, and what a magical time it was. But there's two little things that I've always remember about both, Maz and Face. They were great friends. And one thing, there's a picture somewhere, and when Elroy died, I tried to find it online, and I just couldn't come up with it. But, he threw a fork ball. And he could spread his fingers really, really wide to get the baseball down in between them. And there was a picture, I swear it was in a Pirate yearbook one year, and I can't remember. He had either 4 or 5 baseballs held at one time in his right hand. And if you could ever Google that and find that thing, I failed on it, but it is absolutely amazing. He would have that ball down between the fingers, and it put a certain action on the ball. The second thing I wanted to mention, after they retired, there was a great commercial. Iron City Beer used to have a 16-ounce beer, draft beer. They called it the Slugger. And when you went into a bar, there was actually a baseball hand on the tap that they pulled. And, I believe it was Dick Grote and Maz. They the ones that had Champion Lakes Golf Course?
Right. Yeah, I'm sure they did. They had plenty on tap at Champion Lakes, and they still do.
Yeah, and Maz was behind the bar, attended bar. There's 2 guys sitting in front of him. You see their backs, and somebody walks in the bar and says, "Hey, Slugger, pour me a Slugger." That was the name of the beer, and he would pour a Slugger. Another guy comes in, same thing. Third guy comes in, same thing. And at that point, Face was sitting. He was the guy on the right with his back to the right. He turns and faced the camera and said, "One lucky hit, and he's a slugger."
That sounds like that sounds like him. Hey, Dave, thank you very much for the call. We certainly appreciate that. Yeah, I don't remember seeing that. Maybe that's like a really old school commercial. I don't remember seeing that. But like everything else nowadays, you can probably find it online because pretty much everything is online. Speaking of which, Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. All right, joining us now on the Fan Hotline, which, as I point out on Saturdays, is sponsored during the week, but apparently not on the weekends for whatever reason. I really do not know. But my good buddy Dan Kingursky, my former playoff carpool pal. Joel, what's so funny in there?
I don't even get sponsored. Come on, Colony.
No, you don't. But you get to promote your highly successful website, Pittsburgh Hockey Now. How's that? Dan Kingursky joining us now on the Fan Hotline. Now I know that we're going to talk about hockey, but I want to keep you on because there's a little bit of hockey going on here this weekend in Italy, and then certainly after the Olympians return to the States. But you got any? Bill Mazeroski is just. He's Bill Mazeroski, for goodness sakes.
Yes. Is there a question there?
No, I mean, any particular recollections other than he's Bill Mazeroski and hit the greatest home run in World Series history?
Yeah, you know what? This is a tribute to, I think, Pittsburgh culture, is the fact that I was born years after his career was over, and yet you still know Bill Mazeroski. You know how good of a second baseman he was. What was he, a 262 hitter lifetime? The fact that I know all of this stuff it's Pittsburgh, and he will forever, be part of that big mural of our city.
And he's got the statue as well. And, speaking of statues, Sid's going to have one at some point here. And we're talking to Dan Kingerski from Pittsburgh Hockey Now. A little gold medal game coming up tomorrow morning, which that's good. I think that actually, and even Canada to some degree, but the U.S. has played the last game on that rink, every game that they've played so far, I believe. And the ice, I don't know. To me, it's looked kind of chippy. I think we're finally going to get, they're finally going to get like some decent ice to play. But okay, so we got a gold medal game between the U.S. and Canada. Sid, thanks in no small part to Radko Gudas, was almost like a regular season NHL game with what we saw against Czechia. But Sid didn't play yesterday. But I can't imagine him, if in fact it is day to day, as John Cooper, the Canadian coach, has said. I can't imagine Sid not playing tomorrow in the gold medal game.
He skated this morning with the guys at practice about an hour ago. They are going to meet tonight, Crosby and the Team Canada brass, to make a decision. So we'll know. I assume night means Milan time. So I suppose we'll know this afternoon what's going on. Everyone else seems to have a very optimistic view of this. I haven't gotten the same optimism just in my gut feeling, but, we'll see. By the way, Jim, since, we're talking about old times, I go back to 2002 as well, when Mario sort of gutted through a gold medal game with, an injury that needed surgery just to play for Team Canada.
Yeah, that's okay. So that brings me to another thing. Obviously as hockey fans, as people that love the sport, that love to watch the sport, that love to watch the best people play, I love to see these games. But when you take into account that, the day jobs that are involved here, where these guys get paid an awful lot of money by their teams, first of all, and then to perform for the fans who are the consumers, second of all, and they put themselves at risk playing in games that don't mean anything to fans in Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Chicago, whatever. How do you feel about that? Because that's I'm always conflicted on how to walk that line, because everything's great until something happens like what happened to Sid the other day.
I'm not a big lover of the NHL players in the Olympics, but the players themselves, 100% into it. So, they actually made concessions in the most recent CBA for, Bettman and the owners to allow them to play in the games. There is that. I mean, I reminisce, or I wistfully, think back to when the amateurs played, or guys I didn't get to see often playing in the Olympics. That was more fun to me. I hate like hell stopping the season for 2.5 weeks. And also, screw NBC for bogarting the content like they have. You can't get replays online. They're just holding the content and then not distributing it in any meaningful way, other than if you're watching Peacock or if you're watching NBC. So from that standpoint as well, this has not grown the game like the league hopes, like hockey in general hopes, but the players are happy.
Well, you know what? I do like hearing I actually wrote this down while I was, jotting down different thoughts. I do like hearing the NBC hockey theme, though. That brings back, because, Penguins, when you heard the NBC hockey theme, the Penguins were in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and 3 of those times they were winning them. So that always the NBC hockey theme makes me feel good, though. But now you sit there and you point out the downside of that, where all you can see is, you can see Radko Gudas lying on Sidney Crosby. Although I don't know that Gudas actually caused what happened. I I don't know, but at any rate, but as the kids say nowadays, or maybe it's the older people that say that it is what it is. And so, if Sid plays tomorrow, fine. And by the way, you said we'll find out later on tonight. You really think so? I mean, even though it's not the NHL, we do know it's a leg injury and not lower body because we could all see what it is. But that they'll let us know anything today. I mean, I would assume he'd be as his former coach, now USA coach Mike Sullivan would say, he'll be a game time decision.
Well, that's officially what he is. I would think the way, the national boys are on this story, they're all fighting for that scoop, Elliot Friedman and Pierre LeBrun and so on and so forth, and Ryan Rishaug. Somebody's going to figure out if he's playing or not after that meeting.
Have you liked what you've seen so far? Because all of a sudden the games, they weren't very close, and then all of a sudden, holy crap, even in the quarterfinals, it got close.
That extra 4 feet on the rink, fans might not think it's a big deal, but you look at how tight the game is, and these inferior teams like Czechia, and to, I guess, a lesser extent in terms of being a poor team, the way Finland was able to just take away the middle of the ice against Canada, those extra feet mattered greatly. Once the games got important and got tight, there just isn't enough space for these guys to put on a great hockey game. And I say that now, maybe tomorrow is just pure brilliance end to end and, breathtaking. But bad teams were able to gum up the works because of the short rink. I have not enjoyed a lot of the hockey. I just haven't.
Yeah, I did notice, as you pointed out, there was just a little bit of a difference to it. Now, having said that, and you kind of alluded to this, so it's going to be the U.S. against Canada. They're the two best teams in terms of player for player. They're the two best teams in the field. I don't think anybody would argue that. Sweden maybe a little bit, but at any rate, it's going to be the same for both teams. Is that an equalizer, or does that still take away from the hockey that we could see had there been more space?
Well, it definitely takes away from it. I think it probably gives the U.S. more of a fighting chance. If Canada is able to get on the rush and start playing a speed game, the USA cannot compete. Not even close. Billy Guerin built a talented but slow hockey team from Matthew Tkachuk and Jake Gensel, Matt Boldy, and just too many of those guys are not good skaters. So if Canada gets on their toes and really starts the north-south game, it on paper it should get away, for the U.S. and Canada should win going away. But that's just not what we've seen from Czechia and Finland, able to take the middle of the ice, wait for breaks, and kind of get a sloppy goal and really have good chances at winning the game.
All right, talking to Dan Kingerski from Pittsburgh Hockey Now. We're talking about the Olympics. Speaking of things that are different, although no, this isn't different because they do the 3-on-3 overtime in the NHL regular season. Now, I understand that. And somebody pointed out, I know I heard Starkey and Pomp and those guys during the week talking about this, saying how, man, it sucks that these games are being decided in overtime because it's not real hockey, which it's not. I mean, it's not the same as 5-on-5. In fact, it's not even close. However, in terms of scheduling, at least when you're in the quarterfinals, and even the quarterfinals specifically, when they've got like a lot of games on the same sheet. If Canada had gone into overtime and they had played 5-on-5 and it had gone past whatever, they need to maintain a schedule here. And so 3-on-3 overtime is a necessity, at least until the gold medal round. And yet they're still going to go 3-on-3 tomorrow if they have to, because we already saw that in the women's game. But do you like this, that 3-on-3 has entered the fray in Olympic competition?
It's just a fact of life. I mean, they decide the World Cup soccer with penalty kicks.
Yeah, I know.
So, I guess the Europeans aren't as rigid on fairness and a complete result as we are. I know what you're saying, and yeah, in a game like this, as important as this, it should be decided thusly. 5-on-5, best team wins. But, I can only imagine NBC trying to cover the closing ceremonies while a third overtime of this game goes on.
Sid just scored. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to wrap it up, and like you said, it is what it is.
Or Malcolm Celebrini has to leave. He's got to carry the flag, so he won't be available in the second overtime. But, okay, let's get back to the regular season here. I know that even though the Penguins were away, you were not. Well, you were away, I guess, because I know you made a field trip to Wilkes-Barre Scranton to check out some of the prospects who were still playing while the Olympics going on. You found out some stuff. What are the things that stuck out to you on your field trip to Wilkes-Barre Scranton?
Yeah, that Rutger McGroarty really has nothing left to prove down there. I also came away with the same impression, Jim, of Tristan Brose. I just don't know how much more he can add to his game at that level. So he's kind of stuck because the Penguins have no space for Brose. I think they'll have space for McGroarty very soon. But Brose is kind of, he's a center. There's just, there's no options for him right now in the organization. Avery Hayes, Penguins fans got a good look. He's not going to score 2 goals every game, but he is that scrappy, go-get-it sort of guy that would fit very well. If Kyle Dubas happens to trade Noel Acciari at the trade deadline, you could plug McGroarty or Avery Hayes onto that fourth line without missing a beat, probably.
So basically you're saying, but what's weird though, Dan, is that, and I think you mentioned this in some of your stories over the last few weeks, and even this season, it's not like Brazeau and Mantha are ruining Kyle Dubas's plan, and yet they sort of are, because the Penguins are in a position, thanks to the play of those guys and the production of those guys, that you want to keep them in the lineup. You don't want to trade them, do you?
Right. Well, if somebody comes to the table with a good offer, I mean good. I don't mean average. I mean good offer for Anthony Mantha, you have to consider that because he's a free agent, and you could replace him in the lineup. Probably not to the level he's been playing. But you also have to consider, Jim, this is a career year for Mantha, too. This is maybe some of the best hockey he's ever played, and he and I have talked about that. Like, he's really playing well, and he's feeling it. That this is not the career norm for him at this point. And Brazeau is a good player, certainly not irreplaceable by any means. He's not Brian Rust or Ricard Raquel. So, yeah, you don't want to trade everybody, but if you get good offers on 1 or 2 of these guys, they certainly are tradable in that sense.
Have you seen the Netflix documentary? I know there's been a lot done on the 1980 gold medal winning team. Have you seen the Netflix documentary on that?
Not the latest one. I must confess, I've been binge watching Matlock.
Which one? The original one? No idea, because there's a new one with Kathy Bates as Matlock.
Yeah, I kind of like that one. That's what I'm watching. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the one. Okay, I thought you were watching the Andy Griffith one. But anyway, no, I would highly recommend it, because I've seen, I was just out of college when it was 1980. And so, I'm pretty familiar with everything, and I got to know Mike Eruzione a little bit after that when I was working in Boston and so forth. So a lot of it is familiar, and yet it's like a lot of documentaries when you look at it, and even some of the players themselves, when they looked at video of things that had happened in 1980, they're going like, oh man, I don't remember that, that kind of stuff. So I would highly recommend that, because even if as great as Miracle is, and it's great, that this is the real thing, and talking to the real players, and that's that's certainly worth a watch. So when you're done with Matlock, I would definitely recommend you check it out.
If you insist.
Okay. Well, I do insist, and although you probably don't have time between attending hockey games to do all that stuff. So one last question for Dan Kingerski from Pittsburgh Hockey Now, and you definitely should check out his website. Do you expect the Penguins, they're in playoff position, in fact, better than playoff position right now, right? Although it's pretty tight in the East. but second in the division. Do you expect them to hang on and make the playoffs?
Yes. I think at this point, unless Sidney Crosby is hurt, right, that has to be a caveat and an asterisk to everything we talk about. If Crosby is significantly hurt and he's just going to try to gut through some games, then, everything I say is changed. But if he's going to come back and soon be healthy and a good healthy, not a bad healthy, where he's playing, to come this far and miss the playoffs would be a huge disappointment. It would kind of call into question a lot of players. Guys would lose jobs. I mean, at that point, you don't re-sign Anthony Mantha or Brett Kulak or Stuart Skinner. And all these guys just get sort of tossed into the wind, free agency. And you really probably this summer look hard at a rebuild if you miss the playoffs at this point. If they do make the playoffs, you continue about this sort of hybrid rebuild.
But we don't get to hear the NBC playoff music, though, if they make the playoffs, which is very sad, even though you'll be happy because you hate NBC now.
I absolutely do. I've got a grudge, and unless they send me a personal apology, NBC, I'm done with them. Okay,
I will pass the word up to. I'll have Edzo talk to his people, and then we'll see if we can, maybe get something out. Dan, thank you very much. Appreciate the time, and enjoy the game tomorrow. It should be fun.
All right, thanks, Jim.
All right, go USA. All right, Dan Kingerski, the head honcho. He's like the chief cook and bottle water. He's like the CEO, president, whatever. So he's not even the chief cook and bottle washer. He's even above that of Pittsburgh hockey now. All right, coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, we've got Neil Walker. We've got Bill Hillgrove. We're going to remember Bill Mazeroski. Might have time for a couple of phone calls, I think, between now and 10 o'clock. So if you want to check in at 412-928-9370, you can share some recollection of Bill Mazeroski, who passed away earlier today, the hero of the 1960, or one of many heroes, actually, of the 1960 World Series. Bill Mazeroski died earlier today at the age of 89. I'm Jim Colony on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
2 o'clock this afternoon, Pitt basketball is back in action. They'll take on Notre Dame at the Peterson Event Center, and it's right here on The Fan. Coverage at 1:30. Pirates will open their spring training today against Baltimore at 1 o'clock on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing.
South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding February lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $369 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
bean burrito for lunch,
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In-stock units only. Offers end 3/2/26.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge President's Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe. Or receive up to $2,750 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Looking to turn your firearms into cash? Keystone Shooting Center is here with top dollar offers. From a single piece to an entire collection, they make it easy. Stop by Keystone Shooting Center today for a free, no obligation appraisal and walk out with a great deal. Your unused gear is their business. Visit Keystone Shooting Center at 925 Sheridan Drive in Mars. They buy used guns and they pay top dollar. Keystone Shooting Center.
PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Right, again, passing along the sad news of the day is that Bill Mazeroski has passed away at the age of 89. Pirates announced that earlier this morning. So certainly condolences to the Mazeroski family, but what a run he had at the age of 89. And he is not the, thanks to actually a couple of texters and then Bill Hillgrove, who'll be joining me next hour. There are still two surviving members of the 1960 World Series team. Maz was one of the youngest players on that team. He was only 24 when he hit that home run, but he broke into the majors at the age of 19. And it was his fourth full season in the majors. So he was an established major leaguer when he hit that home run, still the most famous in World Series history. But so Bob Skinner and then Vernon Law are the two surviving members of that 1960 team, and they are well into their 90s. A shout out today, by the way, Jasmine Jones from Hempfield, who was a track star there and got into bobsledding at the Olympics, and she is part of the two women's sled, and they are looks like they're in third place heading into the third heat, which is coming up this afternoon at 1 o'clock. And then there'll be a fourth heat as well. I believe they do. They go 4 heats there. So, so far, so pretty good for her. They were in first place, I think, after the first run, but still certainly right now in medal position. And the stuff that when you see those sliding events like bobsled, the luge, and then the scary skeleton, is that the margin for error is so slim, and the hundreds of seconds that separate whether or not you win a gold medal or finish, 12th. It's just crazy how close those things are. So we're going to have Neil Walker coming up at 10 o'clock, who learned the second base position from Maz when Neil they were trying to find a position for him, and then he settled in at second base. And then we'll talk to the aforementioned Bill Hillgrove in the 10 o'clock hour as well. Pompiani will be in here. Bob's in. Pomp is in at 11 o'clock this morning, so a lot of Bill Mazeroski talk at the top of the hour. I did want to point out, because, of course, I'm a proud alumnus of the University of New Hampshire, and that in Olympic hockey is that the Hughes brothers, okay, Quinn Hughes and Jack Hughes. Jack Hughes had a big game yesterday, and he scored a couple goals. Quinn has been he's their best defenseman. He's like a little water bug out there at times, the way that he controls the puck. He scored the game-winning goal the other in a game before that. That their mother, and she got a lot of TV time yesterday, but I hadn't realized this, until this year, that Quinn and Jack Hughes' mother from Team USA, she's from the University of New Hampshire. So, yay. And she got a lot of TV time yesterday. She was a real good player at UNH. And she's involved with the U.S. women's team as well. I guess she gets a gold medal, right? Because she has something to do with the women's team. I'm not sure if she gets a medal for the work that she does, but at any rate, she's involved with the women's program. And then I also found out that Michaela Schifrin, who won a gold medal in slalom finally, and that sounds funny too, where she's like the Ilya Malkinen, not Malkinen, but Malinen. Don't need a K in his name because he doesn't play hockey, but that he's the best figure skater in the world. He had obviously a bad time of it in the long program in the men's figure skating. He's the best guy. Michaela Schifrin's the best skier in the world, the best slalom skier in the world, but she hadn't won an Olympics forever. But she won an Olympic gold medal this year in her last Olympics, and her mother's a UNH grad. So, all right. So I want to get a shout out for the University of New Hampshire. And then real quick, do we have a minute, Joel? Okay. Donnie Football, right? Donnie Chedrick, who is he holds the afternoon, the PM team together. They get national recognition as the #1 afternoon show for large market radio stations, sports stations. And Donnie's the guy that holds it all together. He's getting married later on this year. When's he getting married, Joel?
I think a month from today,
a month from today. Are you going?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Okay, you'll be there for that. A month from today. And this weekend, though, is this bachelor party. You did not get invited to Donnie Football's bachelor party? Or you did and you chose not to go?
I did not, but I'm not that close with Donnie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of like his the Nasty Boys and all those guys from Waynesburg, I think.
Right. And he went to Greensburg, Salem? Is that where he went? Where did he go?
I think so, yeah.
But no, he's a Greensburg guy. It's probably a mixture of high school and college guys.
Something along those lines,
which is pretty much what everybody's crew is, once you get older. Now, but I want you to be kind of an arbiter on this. Apparently, like Filipponi in particular, I'm not sure Mueller really cared that much, but Pony was indignant that he didn't get invited to the bachelor party weekend. I mean, those guys are 40, right? I mean, those guys, should they have been invited? What's your call on that?
Yeah, I'm sort of torn. I wouldn't have really expected those guys. Like I would think I don't know.
See, Pony offered up that those guys, that he and Mueller actually make money compared to you guys who are woefully underpaid. I'll just throw my 2 cents in there. That they would have fronted the bills for a lot of different things. But then that would have been using those guys too. Plus, they've got kids. You can't just pick up and go. But having said that, it's been a while since. But I also think that maybe I'll get into this next hour with Pomp. I think I will. That a destination bachelor party to me is a colossal waste of money, and that when you're getting married, with the way things are nowadays, there was a house in our neighborhood that just sold for a ridiculous sum, which is fine with me because that means the worth of our house went up a little bit. But it's just you need to get started here, and to sit there and waste a lot of money on a bachelor party or even a deluxe wedding. You've got to watch your money, right?
Yeah, I get that.
But of course, you're not close to either one of those things. So I guess, but you can understand the thrifty. How I'm trying to be the responsible. I guess in my case,
a lot of the guys that are on that trip, like they've all made a whole bunch of like different trips to like Steelers road games together. So I think this is just another one of like their trips, just not to a Steelers game. I think is how you can approach this probably.
All right. Do you think they're okay as we speak right now? They're probably not awake.
I think they're good.
Probably should have called Donnie. We could still do that next hour if we wanted to. All right. Anyway, okay, that's that. Now we're running a little bit late. I got to get Neil Walker on. Again, the news of the day, sad news, but celebrating a great career. Bill Mazeroski, the Pirates' great hero in the 1960 World Series, passed away earlier today, 89 years old. Coming up next, we'll talk to, a protege of his, Neil Walker. I'm Jim Colony on, wait a minute, Fan Weather. And I'm Jim Colony on 93.7 The Fan. But Fan Weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in a Florida beach house? Let Secure Money Advisors help get your retirement on track. Temperatures in the mid-40s today. It's going to get cold again tomorrow through Tuesday. Temperatures in the 30s.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Celebrate President's Day savings all month at Joe Ball GMC. Take on winter in a new GMC Canyon with up to $1,700 off. Capability that works as hard as you do. See JoeBallGM.com for details. Joe Ball GMC Sales and Service.
The ultimate tribute to Journey returns to Jurgles on Saturday, February 28th. Don't miss classics from the extensive Journey catalog. Includes hits and deep cuts. Escape, the ultimate tribute to Journey. Live at Jurgles on Saturday, February 28th. Get advance tickets now at Jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
This Saturday, partly sunny skies with high temperatures in the mid to upper 40s. Overnight, rain and snow showers with temperatures right around freezing. Scattered snow showers through the day on Sunday with 1 to 3 inches expected. High temperatures into the mid to upper 30s. Then snow showers continue Sunday night into Monday with lows into the upper 20s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. The Pirates earlier today announced the passing of 7-time All-Star Bill Mazeroski. He was 89. Pirates will play their first spring training game today against Baltimore at 1 o'clock. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Neil Walker joins us next.
Live and local, even on the weekend.
Let's go!
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Right, hour 2, Saturday morning. Jim Colony here until 11 o'clock. Bon Pompiani will be in. News of the day. Sad to report that Bill Mazeroski, as Joel just mentioned, has passed away at the age of 89. And the Pirates open their spring training, their Grapefruit League schedule today. And they're playing the Orioles in Sarasota. And Connor Griffin is not in the lineup, just to mention that. But it is a lot of guys are. Cruz is in there. Gonzalez is playing short. O'Hearn in right field. Joey Bart's the DH. Triolo at third. Valdez at first. And Rodriguez is catching. So there you go. So I guess Cruz, Gonzalez, O'Hearn, and Bart and Triolo, those are the guys that project to be in the Major League lineup. They're in there today. Wilbur Dotel is a starting pitcher, and then a couple of other guys who I would peg as down the liners because I've never heard of them. So that automatically makes them down the liners as far as I am concerned. So, but joining us now, and this is, coincidentally, and I got a hold of Neil Walker yesterday. Found out he was, arriving in Bradenton yesterday. He's not involved in the broadcast today. But I thought, hey, Neil, you want to come on? We'll talk about the exhibition games start today. We'll come on. He said, sure. And then, as things would have it, earlier this morning, we get word that Bill Mazeroski has passed away. And Neil, not that, stuff like this would be unexpected because he was 89 years old, but man, it hits you pretty hard nonetheless, does it not?
Yeah, Jim, great being on with you this morning. I woke up to that news this morning and, certainly hit a lot of people hard, but Bill was integral in my development, especially as a second baseman, and on top of that, just being an incredible human being and great ambassador for the game and for the Pittsburgh Pirates organization. So definitely somber. Our thoughts go out to his boys, and Darren was a coach with Gulf Coast Community College, and my brother went there for a couple years. So we had a great relationship with not just Bill, but the boys too. So certainly sad. You think about all the times in spring training with the Pirates that you'd come in the morning, and it'd be 6:30 in the morning, and there'd be Bill in his underwear sitting kind of toward the back porch, and with a couple of the older time guys, and Teak and some of those guys smoking a cigar. And just reminiscing and greeting us and just being so pleasant with all of us. And, like I said, at a time where I really needed some guidance on the field as a guy that never played second base in my career, was very fortunate to have Bill and his knowledge and skill of the position and his willingness to pass along all of his defensive abilities and thoughts and positioning, and especially the double play turn to me. So certainly incredibly grateful for not just the player and that Bill was, but the person he was, and again, the ambassador for the game of baseball and for the Pittsburgh Pirates organization.
Well, of course, Neil, you grew up in a big baseball family. Your dad played in the majors for a number of years, and living locally, I mean, Maz is larger than life, really. And yet, how old were you when you were growing up and coming up as even a young player? How old were you when you realized that, holy crap, this is Bill Mazeroski? And how old were you when you realized exactly who he was and what he had done as a ball player?
I was probably a young teenager when I finally grasped the concept of who he was and what he accomplished and what he meant to the city and the organization. And like you said, my dad playing and then being involved with the Pirates alumni for so many years. You had access to Bill. You had you got autographs from Bill, and I remember my dad. Every time he got the opportunity, to be like, make sure you go talk to Bill. Make sure you get his autograph. If you don't have it, you're going to want this when you're older. And the Bill Mazeroski balls are front and center at my house. So, but I can remember my mom who grew up in North Hills and Westview telling me she went to the game, the World Series game, or she was at least down there for that. So, pretty incredible stuff. And I just feel so fortunate to have gotten to know him. And and rest in peace, Bill.
Yeah, we're talking to Neil Walker here on 93.7 The Fan, and you started to talk about this when you come up and they're trying to find a position for you, and finally, hey, let's finally try second base here, and that's where you found a spot. But and again, if you can kind of get into more detail about working with Bill, and he's still, by the way, he's turned more double plays than any second baseman in Major League history, and he retired 55 years ago. It's crazy. And yet, what did you learn most from him about? And I know that I think one thing that people don't realize is how the ball's not really in your glove when you're turning a double play as a second baseman. It just kind of traverses through there to your to your hand. But what were the main things that he was able to teach you, and how long did it take you not to master it, because I don't think anybody mastered it like he did, but how long did it take you to really get the hang of what he was trying to teach you?
Yeah, I think the two things that struck me with what he was, really trying to hammer into me and a lot of second basemen that he worked with during his time in spring training was defensive positioning, especially in regards to the double play turns and the double play feeds. And obviously, as you mentioned, the transition between throws from the shortstop, third baseman, and pitchers, and how to transfer that ball through the glove. And I can remember right before they started, replay, and anybody that knows Bill, as you said, and how he turned the double play, the ball was not in his glove for very long, and his foot was barely on the bag. So I can remember when I first started,
play.
Yeah, he would say, all right, here's what you got to do. Remember, everything is time, right? And so you got to get to the bag quick. When that ball is coming, you need to be moving before that ball even gets to your glove. And I'm going, well, Bill, you're not going to be on the bag. And he's like, don't worry about it. They're not going to call it. And so that was the first thing he taught me. And it took an entire spring training to really get a feel for, not just standing on the bag, catching it, and then moving my feet, but to actually be not necessarily going toward the ball, but understanding that, that when that ball is coming to you, if it's a good throw, you want to have your body and your footwork going toward first base as that ball is coming towards you. Now, on the reverse end of that, when they did implement instant replay, I can remember one time being too quick with my feet and getting called at second base. And the very first thing I thought about was, darn you, Bill, you got me here. But, he was so good at it. His hands were so good. He was in probably, I guess it would be his late 60s, early 70s, when he was literally out there working with me on some of this stuff, and I couldn't do it. And I said, Bill, I can't do this. And he's like, no, you can do it. Keep working on it. Don't use the pocket of the glove. Don't use the pocket of the glove. Use the middle part of the glove so that ball is not in there for a very long time. So I will never ever forget working with him and what he did for me. I call it those 2009, 2010 years.
Yeah, I was reading some of the obituaries, and they quote Joe L. Brown, who was a longtime Pirates GM, who talked about it. And you mentioned his hands, and that's what we all think about with the transfer of the ball when you're doing a double play. But in terms of playing second base, Joe L. Brown said that the people overlooked his footwork, that the footwork was really just as important as everything else.
Yeah, and that's so true. And you have time in the middle infield, especially on the right side of the infield with balls to first base and starting the double play. But as you pointed out, the amount of double plays that he turned, I think he still has a record for in season. But the amount of double plays he turned, you have to have good footwork. You have to be on top of it. You have to not get lazy with your footwork. And that was another thing that he was very adamant about was keep those feet light, keep those feet moving, especially as you're getting close to the bag. On the double play turns, make sure that your feet are in a good place to throw the ball or pitch the ball or go underhand, whichever one you're going to do on that particular play, and don't get lazy with the arm angles. And all of those things stuck with me throughout my career.
All right, a few more minutes with Neil Walker here on 93.7 The Fan. And I just kind of lost my train of thought here because I was going to say, because I'm obligated to say, that Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Okay, so condolences, obviously, to the Mazeroski family as Bill Mazeroski passed away earlier today at the age of 89. Now, you just arrived in Florida yesterday because you've got some work to do here. And we've got you're not involved in the broadcast today, but they'll be on KDKA.
No, I am.
You are?
Yep.
What do you mean? You show up at the last minute for this stuff? Come on, man.
I got young kids, Jim. I got young kids.
Yeah, that's true.
I can't turn this into a long trip. So I have today every game through next Saturday. So we're on the broadcast today. I heard you mention the lineup today. It should be a good one. We got a beautiful day. It's already 76 degrees down here, and
don't rub it in.
Looks like O'Neal Cruz is going to lead off. Connor Griffin, I believe, is on the trip but not starting. So we'll see if he finds his way into the game. Usually these first couple games with the everyday guys, they're getting one, maybe two at bats. So it's possible we see him for 2 or 3 at bats today. So it'll be fun to kind of see how Donnie and his staff handle, especially Connor Griffin, and how he responds and how he does the spring training. Certainly a very polarizing topic of discussion.
Yeah, one of the things I stumbled across when I looked up Maz's career, and I honestly hadn't realized that he was 24 when he hit the home run. I knew he was still fairly young, and yet he'd been in the majors for 4.5 years, and he actually made his debut when he was 19 years old. So could something else like that happen? But let me just from your standpoint, I know you were a first-round draft pick, and so maybe people went out of their way. When you got your call into big league camp, and all the veterans came around and had to check you out. But what is it like when one of those young guys comes up, and then you're a veteran guy? And guys do go out of their way, don't they? When Garrett Cole came in as a 1-1 and that he was throwing, and that guys knew when he was throwing, and even no matter what else unless you had something else better to do, guys, they find a way to make sure that they go and check out the kid, right?
Yeah, there's no doubt, and the buzz is real down here. In particular for him and obviously for Skeens and, Reynolds and Keller and all these guys that have the opportunity to kind of take this thing to the next level going into 2026. But, make no mistake, guys want to help, number one, especially when there's a young player that is somewhat inexperienced. In Connor's case, he doesn't have a ton of at-bats in the minor leagues, but he's checked every single box. I think he's one of these guys that just you handle a little bit differently, like a Bryce Harper, one of these guys that you say, well, he hasn't played much, and he's really young, but he has the skill set. But there's guys that are different, and there's guys that I call them the 1%ers. Andrew McCutchen was a 1%er. You knew there was a very good chance when he got to the big leagues he was going to hit the ground running. I see a very similar thing with Connor Griffin. And I think they're going to challenge him this spring. We saw him line up against Paul Skeens, I think, in his last, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, in his last live. And I know that, talking to Donnie, but also being a young player in camp and trying to battle for a spot, that they're not necessarily looking for, the things that you can do. They're looking for the things maybe that you can't do, or, how do you handle failure? How do you handle, maybe in spring training, starting off 0 for 7? Are you pressing? Are are things getting to you? Are you getting upset? And I think that's the biggest hurdle, or the biggest thing that he is going to have to handle and face in his early part of, not necessarily in spring training, but the early part of his major league career, whenever that may be, is you're going to be facing, every single time you step in the box, you're going to be facing, for the most part, some of the best of the best. And baseball is a game of failure. And as a 19-year-old, and I remember getting to big leagues at maybe 22, 23, and those are the things going through your head. You're thinking to yourself, I got to get hits. I got to put up numbers. I got to prove that I need to be here. Well, it's a little more systematic than that. They want to see, do you make adjustments in your at-bats? Do you make adjustments, when you start to get pitched a little bit differently because you're hammering, fastballs. All of a sudden you stop seeing fastballs for a couple weeks. So those are the things that I know the veteran guys are going to be, and Donnie and his staff are going to be hammering in on him, is, hey, don't get discouraged. You're seeing you're seeing guys like Paul Skeens in spring training that you've never seen that kind of stuff before, most likely in your life. Take a step back, learn from every at-bat, every experience. And, I think that the sky is going to be the limit for this kid. And I really hope it's from day one to start the season. But if it's not, he can go down to spring training. Hopefully he's not there long, checks the boxes there, and you get him up and you get a more complete player going into this 26th season.
All right, so you've got the unique perspective. And, again, the news of the day, just to kind of fill folks in, is that condolences. Bill Mazeroski passed away today. Earlier this morning at the age of 89. So Neil Walker able to talk about that. And you're also able to talk about, you kind of know the manager a little bit because, he's, even though your brother said that your sister wasn't allowed to marry into baseball, she did. and she got like the nicest guy, maybe in Major League Baseball, next to you, of course. But so what do you, and I know you're biased here, but obviously you have some insight on your brother-in-law, Don Kelly. And he is now the longest tenured professional coach / manager in Pittsburgh, by the way, even though he hasn't been there a full year. What do you expect to see from him? How have you, you've seen him during the off season and everything else. And I know a lot of people have said, even before he, got the job last year, that, he's a manager in waiting. How do you expect him to handle this? Because now all of a sudden it's going to be different from the get-go being a major league manager.
Yeah, and Donnie, number one, as you mentioned, is just a A1 guy, and he cares so much. He's obviously from Pittsburgh. He was in the organization as a player. He has been in different roles as far as front office, scouting, first base coach, bench coach, and now manager. His perspective is so great, and I always kind of tell people that the guys the managers, and this is no disrespect to anybody that wasn't like a utility player or a catcher, but for whatever reason, these guys that were former catchers and utility players have such a different perspective and such a different attitude toward the game of baseball because they had to look at the game in a different way. They were the 25th at the time, 25 guys on the roster. He was the 25th guy on pretty much every team that he was on. He had to earn his keep. He was going into games late. He had to be in tune with what the manager was doing on a day-to-day basis and how he could help. And those things help not only him, but help the other guys that maybe don't see the game in that light and play one position and hit in one spot in the order. You don't really have to look at the game from a different perspective. So Donnie he is a tireless worker. He is so good at rallying the troops and such a good communicator. And guys knew that as a bench coach. They knew that he was the guy that if you had questions or concerns or something, you were going to go to Donnie. And now he's at the top. He's at the head now. And I think that fans and the city and the organization has themselves a guy that is going to get the most out of these guys. And he's not going to be afraid to push guys when they need to. He's not going to be afraid to back off them. But he's going to give these guys all the tools that he possibly can to help them succeed on a day-to-day basis. And the reviews from guys that I've talked to so far have been awesome. They've really enjoyed his attitude and his energy and his early going hoo-hoo rah-rah speeches, I guess.
The hoo-hoo rah-rah speeches? Did he try him out on you at all?
Yeah, he can try, but they don't work on me. I know his spiel too well, but he's going to be able to get it over on the boys for sure.
All right, Neil. Before we go, because this is going to make me feel old. How old are your kids now? How old is your oldest?
My daughter is 9 and my son is 6. So
are you?
Yeah,
okay, hang on. Are you Coach Dad at all?
Oh yeah. I coached third grade girls basketball this year. Didn't go well. Didn't go well at all for us. I think we averaged 3 points a game.
That's not bad. At least you got it up to the rim. I mean, third grade basketball.
Yeah, but we had fun, and obviously baseball season for my 6-year-old is coming up here in the next month or so up in Pittsburgh. Hopefully the weather is fair to us. But I have a lot of fun doing it, and there's a lot of laughs, and you have to kind of step back and sometimes and realize you're not gonna teach these kids much. Just let them go play.
No, and a lot of times I think guys like you that have been through it at the professional level have a much better perspective on it than say guys like me who were stiffs. So anyway, hey, we appreciate it. Thanks for taking the time, and hopefully we'll catch up to you soon.
All right, Jim. Great talk to you. Have a great rest of your weekend.
Okay, you too. All right, Neil Walker. Thanks for him. And that just, I mean, things happen coincidentally. It's just that I figured, hey, you know what? Let's get Neil on because, and I didn't realize he was doing the game today already. He just flew in last night. But 100.1 FM and News Radio 1020 KDKA, that's where you can hear Pirate Baseball this afternoon, as we'll have Pitt Basketball here on the Fan. And before we get Bill Hillgrove in here, I will mention that the Fan text line at 412-928-9370 is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there is never a fee unless we get money for you. Again, Bill Mazeroski passed away today, earlier today at the age of 89. We'll get some reminiscence from Bill Hillgrove, find out where he was when Bill Mazeroski hit the famous home run in 1960. So Bill, you'll have a story about that. And then he got to know Bill, well, both Bills. They got to know him much later on in his post-playing career. So I'm sure he has some pretty good stories as well. I'm Jim Colony. This is 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
2 o'clock this afternoon, Pitt basketball takes on Notre Dame at the Peterson Event Center, right here on the Fan with coverage at 1:30. Pirates play their spring training opener against Baltimore this afternoon at 1 o'clock. That game can be found on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
So we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Restoration, and Broken Bow Records.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-885-8877. 800-885-8877. Again, that's 800-885-8877.
You've probably seen it on local real estate shows or in the classifieds. A home is for sale, and the listing boasts about having a petite bathroom or a petite kitchen. Hi, this is Barry and Steve Ehrenrich.
It's gratifying and most humbling to know that long ago the Petite brand became a status symbol in Western Pennsylvania. Whether you prefer a traditional or very contemporary design, upgrading your kitchen or bathroom the Petite way adds value and makes your home more desirable.
For over 50 years, we've helped thousands of satisfied customers make their kitchen or bathroom dreams come true. We invite you to visit our showroom at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center or call us at 412-279-2222.
You'll see great ways to create the kitchen or bathroom that fits your taste, your lifestyle, and your pocketbook.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd,
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile for a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
BetMGM Casino is ready for winter. It might be cold outside, but the games are heating up. New customers can enjoy a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house using bonus code Broadway at sign up. Play your favorite games at BetMGM Casino like blackjack and roulette with a live dealer, or check out their exciting slots like Cash Machine. The thrills of BetMGM Casino are always available right from the palm of your hand. Download the BetMGM Casino app today and get a piece of the action. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit, bonus bets, unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry.
Planet Fitness has everything you need anytime the motivation hits, so you can give everything you've got. With most clubs open 24 hours, you've got access to our best-in-class equipment to tackle early morning reps, late-night miles, and every workout in between. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends February 27th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Time to let Spitzer Auto World do the work during our Trade Up, Pay Down sales event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Trade up to lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 double cab rear-wheel drive from a low $249 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 39684, VIN 3TMK, B5FN6T, M055265, 39 months, $49.99 due at signing through TMS, plus title tax license registration, $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 3/2/2026.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on a Stone.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than $200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, Jim Colony back here for another few minutes. Bob Pompiani is in the house, so maybe we'll get Pomp on for a few minutes here before 11 o'clock. But in the meantime, the news of the day, sad news of the day, as Joel mentioned, the headlines, Bill Mazeroski passed away today, earlier today, the age of 89 years old. What a run he had, of course, the big home run in the 1960 World Series. And joining us now in the fan hotline is Bill Hillgrove. And Billy, I did some crack research and found out that you were 19 years old in the fall of 1960 when Maz hit the home run. What were you doing that day?
I was on the air at WKJF-FM, which at the time was 93.7. Interesting.
No kidding.
I've come full cycle. And listening to Chuck Thompson on a portable radio. And then, of course, when my shift was over, I drove home and right through the celebration, which had its moments. So, that was a vivid memory.
You know, the thing that struck me, and I'd heard this story before because obviously there have been a lot of stories and stuff, but I'd kind of lost track. And you mentioned the celebration. You know, nowadays I don't know how things would have gone or how things would have been, but to find out that Bill and his wife just kind of found a place on a bench in Shenley Park and just kind of sat there thinking, oh, holy crap, you know, what just happened here? That's amazing that's how that celebration went that afternoon.
Yeah, you know, but knowing Maz, it doesn't surprise me. He was as humble could be, and that would be his idea of celebrating. You know, he was a very special guy.
And you got to know him, I think pretty well. I know that you have many of your events. I'm lucky enough to be involved in a lot of them, and that Bill was a mainstay at a lot of the events that you do. So you really got a chance to get up close and personal with him, particularly after his career was over, right?
Yeah, and I remember a couple of great moments, one of which was fishing at Raystown Lake with Maz and Tom Qualters, another former major leaguer who was a game commissioner, a fish commission person. And after we caught a bunch of crappie, we pulled in to the shore, and right on the shore, they cooked them. And it was as good as it got and as fresh as it could get. And I remember later, Adam Lynch said to me, you know, Maz wants to go fishing on Lake Erie. Why don't you and I leave after the 11 o'clock news on Sunday night, drive up there, and then we can fish all day Monday? And I said, sounds like a plan. Well, the 11 o'clock news is over. We jump in the car, go up 79, and sure enough, there's Maz waiting on the dock at Erie with his camper. He had a camper, van, boat, everything in tow. And we went and found a place where we were going to get ready to fish, and it was maybe a little bit up the road from Presque Isle. And, we got into the coffee and pie and
sure
talked until maybe 4:30 in the morning. Maz wanted to ask questions about the business, and certainly Adam and I wanted to ask baseball questions. Well, lo and behold, after not much sleep, we're awakened by the sound of children's voices, and we open the door and realize we're in a school parking lot. And these young people are looking at us like we came from Mars, which we probably did at that point. But that was a vivid imagination.
You know,
he was a special guy.
Yeah, talking to Bill Hillgrove here on 93.7 The Fan about the great Bill Mazeroski, who passed away earlier today at the age of 89. And I was talking to Neil Walker about this. I didn't even realize until, of course, I call up Maz on Baseball Reference just to refresh my memory. And he was 24 when he hit the home run. And he broke into the majors at 19. I hadn't realized that he had done that, and that he was a grizzled major league veteran, for goodness sakes, by the time he was 24 years old. Times were certainly different back then.
Yeah, they sure were, but he was such a special player. In an effort to get him into the Hall of Fame, the local Society of American Baseball Research, known as SABR, attempted to prove that he was the greatest fielding second baseman in the history of the game. Well, when they finally got through all their facts and figures, he became, in their eyes, the greatest fielder in the history of the game. And on that basis alone, he should have been in a long time before it happened. But, in typical Maz fashion, he got up at the Hall of Fame and said thank you and basically sat down. I mean, he didn't have much to say. And to that point, I remember somebody talked him into running for office in Westmoreland County. And, he was as succinct stumping for his own vote as he was as a humble baseball player. So it didn't work out too well because, he just wasn't cut out to be a politician.
Oh, so he didn't win? Didn't you ever? Don't you think people might have written his name in anyway? I mean, he won the World Series, for goodness sakes. And I know that you and I are a couple of old people, but I just, it's not like I scoff at the achievements of anybody else, like a Kirk Gibson or a Joe Carter, anybody else that hits game-winning World Series home runs. But to me, I mean, unless somebody matches this, Game 7 walk-off against the Yankees, it's just always going to stand up there as number one for me.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better. That's for sure. And the Yankees scored all the runs in that series, and the Pirates won 4 games. And Dick Rote always said to me, that 60 lineup regularly trotted out 6 coaches a game. In other words, not only were they good baseball players and fundamentally sound, they were smart people. And that's how they won.
Right, a few more minutes with Bill Hill. You got to get ready for a basketball game this afternoon, Billy. So we'll let you go in a couple of minutes. However, I did want to ask you a little bit about the current Pirates because this is the first off season here in quite a while that they've actually done stuff. Do you have any kind of sense of at least mild optimism that this year might be a pretty decent one?
Oh, I am thoroughly optimistic, Jim. You look at their potential lineup, and there's not too many guys below the Mendoza line. And I think that's encouraging because last year there were too many guys with batting averages less than 200 in that lineup, and I think they're going to be slowly eliminated.
Do we need to come up with a new line? Because Mendoza, I'd have to look up Mario Mendoza and see how long ago it was that he played. I'm trying to think if it was George Brett, maybe. Does that sound about right? As somebody that would have coined the phrase the Mendoza line. So that would have been back in the 80s. So maybe we'll have to.
Jim, it was a different game then. If you batted below 200, you were going to the minor leagues automatically. Or if you had an ERA much over 3.5, you were probably headed to the minor leagues. And today, it's a different game. I mean, the all-star starters, generally, their earned run is around 4. So it's a different game. When I grew up and when you grew up, baseball attracted the best athletes because there were only 8 teams in each league. And, it was the cream of the crop. Well, now, because of the emergence of football and soccer, not necessarily, and basketball, not necessarily do the best athletes gravitate toward the national pastime.
And I guess football would probably be more of the national. Well, I don't see, but baseball is a pastime. The word pastime just conjures up images of just kind of hanging around, listening to a game on the radio, which is what you did back when Maz. And I remember the same thing. It's like, and that's what I'm hoping that this summer will be something, this spring, this summer, and maybe a little bit beyond summer. People can listen to the Pirate games here. Here comes a plug on 93.7 The Fan. and just have it be a companion. And then stuff that you just want to, you don't have to listen to everything and live and die on every play until it gets to that point late in the season. But it's just kind of there. And it's a comfortable thing where you can enjoy a baseball game and listening to Greg Brown and Joe Block and all the other guys where it can be just kind of a fun thing. It'd be nice to have that back in Pittsburgh again, wouldn't it?
Oh, wouldn't it ever? And, in that division, all you have to do is hover around 500 until September, and you're still in the race. So hopefully that's going to be the case this year. And, I remember fondly the chant, Cueto, Cueto, Cueto.
Oh, I know.
How many years ago was that?
I know. Oh, I know. Yes, you're right. It was 13 if anybody's keeping track. But my math, my memory's getting a little bit hazy, but my math skills are still on point, at least when it comes to easy subtraction. I appreciate that. Billy, thank you very much for your time. Rest in peace, Maz, and have a good call this afternoon with Pitt Basketball.
Thank you, James. Always a pleasure.
Okay, all right. The great Bill Hillgrove here on 93.7 The Fan. Again, Bill Mazeroski passing away. Let's see if we can get Pomp in here for a little bit before his 11 o'clock show. And I think I've done all the things that I need to do until fan weather, which will be coming up in about 10 or 12 minutes. So I'm Jim Colony. We'll get Pomp in here on 93.7 The Fan.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
So we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates open their spring training against Baltimore at 1 o'clock this afternoon on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Pitt basketball takes on Notre Dame at 2 o'clock from the Peterson Event Center. Coverage here on The Fan at 1:30. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Everyone, it's Bob Pompiani. You want to make some extra money? This is the time to do it because the new year is here, and so are stellar rewards from DraftKings Casino. Blast off for a free chance at $5,000 in credits with Daily Rewards Rocket. Log on to DraftKings Casino and launch your rocket 3 times for a chance to collect credits, spins, and much more. Come back every day to launch more rockets and get more rewards. Then enjoy all of your favorite slots, live dealer experiences, and classic table games. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, fan weather coming up here in a few minutes. And Bob Pompiani coming up at 11 o'clock. He's already adjusting the camera. Looks like a TV guy. He comes on in here. I don't even care. I mean, there's a camera there, and I'm looking at it now. But most of the time, I don't look at it. Like I look at Joel in the other room. Joel doing a fabulous job today.
Joel always does a fabulous job.
He does.
I was just off center. I didn't. If you're going to do it, it's got to be on center.
Yeah, I guess. Am I on center? See, I'm off. I guess I'm off center.
No, you're good.
I guess it's okay. So now I can look at it. Hello, phones. So now we have a face for TV. He's finally in the studio. But Bob Pompiani coming up at 11 o'clock. Of course, the sad news today is that the passing of Bill Mazeroski. But you know what? Pomp, 89 years old. That is one hell of a run. And the one thing, and I brought this up with Bill Hillgrove, and I think with Neil as well, Neil Walker, is that you kind of lose sight of the fact how young he was. And you forget, because this was before our times even, and we're old, is that the how young he was. I hadn't realized until I looked at it again today that he broke into the majors when he was 19 years old. And coincidentally, might there be another guy who makes his major league debut at the age of 19?
If you career that Bill Mazeroski had, resulting in Hall of Fame,
well,
yes, we'll take
just getting to a World Series. And, of course, back then it was a lot different. when there weren't, I shouldn't say a lot different. I mean, to get to the World Series, but now you have to go through all these playoff rungs as well. But what kind of recollections do you have of Maz? Because we're in a position. You grew up here, I did not, and yet you weren't. I don't think you were even born when Maz hit that.
I was born in 191960, so
okay.
that same year.
And you don't remember what happened, Bob? But it's well before our time even to remember what it was like. And yet it's just we were fortunate, and you especially, but you get a chance to meet these guys doing what we do, and I know that we're all just human beings, and yet there are some guys that are larger than life, and what he did was larger than life. But the thing is that he and a lot of those other guys, Dick Gropey and they're just like regular old guys that were fun to hang out with.
No question about it. And Maz was so unassuming and so humble. No matter what you did, he was almost embarrassed that he was gleaning all of this attention from, being a Hall of Famer, everything he did, and always thought that home run he hit in 1960 was a game winner. He never looked at it from the prism of, man, this is something that never was done, never has been done since, winning a walk-off bottom of the ninth, game 7 of a World Series. But I got to know him a lot through golf. Golf's a great thing, as you know, Jim.
Yes.
And so I emceed his golf tournament for many years, and the funds benefited the Bill Mazeroski Scholarship Fund at Buckeye School District, and he had it at various places in Nemacolin Woodlands. He also had it a few other stops, including Seven Springs, as a matter of fact, and moved there. All those guys would show up. Alray Face, rest in peace, died last week.
I know.
He was there.
There's
all
two.
those guys.
There's two guys left now: Vernon Law and Bob Skinner.
Yeah, that's it, and it's sad. I mean, it's getting to that point, but those are fulfilling lives. I mean, they had tremendous friendships, and he had this golf tournament. Those guys would sit around afterwards with cigars in their mouths telling stories. I mean, that's priceless stuff when you hear it. So he also was at Mario's golf tournament quite a bit, and just so happy to be there with his wife Mylene. And I think when Mylene died a couple of years ago, it really affected him. So
well, yeah. I mean, but so what he accomplished and everything else, and like I said, they're just kind of like regular guys. So I know you'll be talking about that during your show, and we get expanded Bob Pompiani today, right? Because we got Pitt basketball at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, we have Pitt Notre Dame.
Yeah.
They got to start winning here to get in this.
I can't stand Notre Dame
ACC tournament.
No, I really can't. I'm Irish. I'm Catholic, and I've never liked Notre Dame, and so hail to Pitt. I hope they. How
about Duquesne? Those
yes.
Dukes are going well.
Yeah, they are.
They had a big game today.
And Robert Morris, they've been winning some
Very
games.
Very good. Andy Toole's been terrific.
And Andy from Moon, I guess he calls into the.
Atlantic 10 tournament's coming to Pittsburgh too this year.
Oh, nice.
So at PPG Paints Arena.
I know. Is the NCAA's coming? See, I lose. I lose track of this time since I'm kind of out of it.
Yeah, it's hard to keep it all in mind anyway, even if you're in it, just because so many events. But next year the NCAA returns, hosted by Duquesne University.
Oh, so that'll be good. We'll get some basketball back. Did you go to ABA games when they were here?
No, not really. Talked about it a lot, but never went. Pittsburgh
really?
Condors, no, never did.
Because I
went to that other league, the CBA, this Continental basketball.
Yes.
The one that came here, remember?
Wait, the Piranhas.
The Pittsburgh
Piranhas. Or the Piranhas. No, I never knew that. Then, and Hillgrove pronounced them. I'm going like, why is he saying Piranhas? And then I looked it up, and that's the accepted pronunciation. See, that's what a pro that Hillgrove is that he knew it was Piranha.
Wow, if you said that, though, most people look at you like you're saying it wrong,
yes,
even though you're saying it right.
That's what I thought when I look it up.
It's like Forte and Fort. If I say it's Fort,
right?
Hey, the Pirates' Fort is who's Fort? McHenry? What are we talking about?
Think Michael McHenry's in the house, so you don't know what's going on. All right, so what do you got? So obviously you're going to be talking a little Maz today.
Gold medal game
and
tomorrow
then,
morning.
The gold medal game. Do you like? I heard you guys arguing about the 3-on-3 overtime. They really, when you have a compacted schedule, you've got no choice. I don't like the idea of tomorrow potentially going to a 3-on-3 overtime. I mean, I love watching 3-on-3 overtime, but when you look at the stakes of a gold medal, world championship, best on best kind of thing, it just seems to be unfair if it comes down to that.
I still think it's best on best. It's just you trim 2 skaters away, and it's 3-on-3.
Yeah, you trim 2 skaters away, and then you end up with, and Sid's not even going to be one of them.
Right.
If they can, and I don't even know. And actually, you know what? When Canada goes to And actually, was where Sid was out of the lineup, and they put Celebrini up on the power play, and then but when you have a forward line of the Mac attack, as they call it, with Macklin, Celebrini, and then McDavid and McKinnon, holy crap!
That's insanely good. And Celebrini, a lot of people debated a 19-year-old, put him on this team. He more than deserved it, and he's shown that he is one of the best players.
Well, Canada screwed up back in 2006.
Right.
When Sid wasn't on the team.
Sid should have been on
and that was just stupid. That was just stupid.
I like 3-on-3. I do, and I don't
mind
I do
too.
it because I still think there's a lot of structure and strategy that goes into 3-on-3. You just have to adjust to it. It's extremely entertaining, and when it comes to what people like, I think they want to be entertained. The rules are the same for everybody. It's about who you have, how you use the guys you have. 10 minutes is a long time. It should never get to a shootout, which I hope, because I don't like shootouts.
No, they won't. They did. It would be 20 minutes, right? Because in the women's gold medal game, they put 20 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
So it wasn't.
No, but I mean, we've seen 10
right.
so far.
No, I understand that.
But you're going to get a result in 3-on-3 with that much time.
Probably within the first 2 minutes.
But that's okay. To me, that's you gotta every little thing is magnified in those situations. So I don't mind it at all. I don't.
Another thing that's different, I know, and I heard you guys talking about this during the week, is that in international hockey, they don't change ends. At least I don't. But they did clean the ice before the women's game. They did change ends in the women's game. No, because I
don't know about that, but they did bring the ice Zamboni on because it's basically a whole period.
Sure, but I'm saying that I don't know. Now I'm talking out of school because I don't know if they changed ends. I know in the NHL they do change ends and they make it more like the second period. And I remember asking Sid about this when they first did that. I remember asking him. I said, well, why do they? I said they changed the ends. Why do they do that? And his answer was, I don't think he knew for sure, but he thought that they did that to favor the offense. That they wanted that so that it favored the whatever.
Yeah. No, listen, all I know is that I think it's exciting. Do I have a problem with it? No. A lot of people do. I understand purists who like it the way it is. But I also think that it's still even. It's still, you have to match your best players, and this is even more of matching some of the best skaters against the best skaters.
What do you think with Sid?
See, I don't think he's going to play, but if it's up to him, and if it comes down to the doctor, really. If the doctors say to him, or Kyle Dubas is on that staff, he's keenly aware of what this is. He's ruled as a game time decision for tomorrow. So I don't know.
Well, they always are. That's a regular old lower body injury game time decision.
But I'm surprised it's even that. He obviously avoided what could have been worse, because when it happened, I thought, man, that's going to be, and it still might be. It still might be 3 to 6 weeks if it's an MCL. We don't know. No information other than lower body. Listed game time. I would imagine he's going to try his best to do it.
Yeah, right? Well, see, that's the thing, is that he's going to want to play. And he's Sidney Crosby. He can
and it's his last Olympics in most likelihood, right? He'd be, how old would he be the next time? 42?
42.
I mean,
well, we just saw some 40-year-old guy from Holland win a speed skating thing.
I mean, nothing's impossible with him, but I would think that it could be the last one. So since that, he may very well be out there. I just hope if he does play that nothing worse happens, as the Penguins really need him for the last 30 games.
All right, I've overstayed my welcome.
It's always good that
Thanks for letting me hang on. I sent you a text earlier today when Starkey overextended you guys, I think, on Thursday.
You did. I showed him that.
I thought now Starkey probably hates me. All right, well, enjoy your show.
Because there is no clock for him.
No, and there is. That's why I try to be like Joe. You know, we all want to be like Joe. Joel, thank you very much for all your help. Thank you to my guests today, Dan Kingerski talking hockey, Neil Walker, and also Bill Hillgrove talking about Bill Mazeroski, passed away earlier today at the age of 89. Rest in peace. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire on a Florida beach house like Ron Cook? Speaking of being like Starkey, let Secure Money Advisors help your retirement on track. Will help get your retirement and keep your retirement on track. Temperatures in the mid-40s today, and then temperatures getting colder in the 30s tomorrow through Tuesday. See ya.
HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's time to play on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. New casino users score up to a $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Plus, get 250 bonus spins on Good Heavens or Lil Demon Mega Collectum over the course of 10 consecutive days. Yes, 250 bonus spins. The BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan. New users only. TCs apply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem? Call 1 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
BetMGM Casino is ready for winter. It might be cold outside, but the games are heating up. New customers can enjoy a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house using bonus code Broadway at sign up. Play your favorite games at BetMGM Casino like blackjack and roulette with a live dealer, or check out their exciting slots like Cash Machine. The thrills of BetMGM Casino are always available right from the palm of your hand. Download the BetMGM Casino app today and get a piece of the action. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats. It's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Joel Nelson for fan headlines. Earlier this morning, the Pirates announced The passing of 7-time All-Star Bill Mazeroski, he was 89. Pirates have their spring training opener today at 1 o'clock against Baltimore. That game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, as Pitt basketball will take on Notre Dame at 2 o'clock from the Pete, right here on The Fan with coverage at 1:30. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the Bob Pompiani Show.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shedrovich and Fishman, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome inside Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Bob Pompiani here alongside Joel Nelson, who is manning everything and does such a great job with that. And we invite you to call the program anytime at 412-928-9370. And, of course, a somber start to this show because we are talking about the death of Bill Mazeroski, one of the best Pittsburgh Pirates, great ambassador for the team, one of the most loyal, unassuming, humble people you ever want to meet, and a man who did so much for the city of Pittsburgh, even after his career with his Bill Mazeroski Scholarship Fund, which he raised a lot of money for the Buckeye School that he loves so much. So throughout the course of this show here today, if you have a comment, memory about Bill Mazeroski, I certainly would love to hear from you at 412-928-9370. We'll talk about the fact that that still remains one of the most, if not the most iconic play in Pittsburgh sports history. That and the Immaculate Reception come to mind of the top two. However you want to rank them, you rank them. But never before was there a Game 7 bottom of the ninth walk-off home run, and never since Bill Mazeroski got it against the New York Yankees. What an amazing day that was. What an amazing time that was. The iconic picture of him rounding third base, hat off, people jumping onto the field, and just pandemonium broke out in Pittsburgh when they won that because they were decided underdogs in that World Series. But Bill Mazeroski was one of those guys who I think really made defense a priority when it came to Hall of Fame voting. You know, there was a time when many people thought he wasn't going to be in the Hall of Fame. He was not a 3,000 hit guy. He was a 2,000 hit guy. He was a clutch guy. He had some unbelievable hits in his career of 17 years of doing that, all with the Pirates. But most importantly, he was an 8-time Gold Glove winner. And, you know, when you do that, I think that was the calling card for him to get into the Hall of Fame. And I remember that day in Cooperstown when he was up there, always emotional because he was humble, and he just broke down and didn't last very long. All the good people were like that. I remember Jim Leland when he had his opportunity. Same thing. Very emotional, and that comes from being humble, a guy who had to earn everything he got. The journey, you think about all these things as you go along, gets into your head, and then you break down. It's I get it. I understand it. I'm the same way. But Bill Mazeroski, make no mistake about it, is going to be remembered as one of the most amazing Pirate stories of all time. It's never going to change. And I certainly extend condolences on behalf of all of us here to the Mazeroski family, all of his good friends. Bob Toth is maybe one of his best friends, and he drove there this week while Bill was in hospice. Bob really was the backbone of Bill Mazeroski's golf tournaments, which for many years, I think it was 18 years in existence, and I was honored to be there at many of them as the master of ceremonies, to watch Bill bring these guys together, the stories that were told, the people who came there to partake, up close and personal with people like Elroy Face, who sadly also died last week. And we had Mike Wagner pass away this week. It's just a sad time to see this many people who've been so iconic to Pittsburgh sports pass away. We'll remember Bill as we go along here today at 412-928-9370, and you'll never be forgotten when you have a 14-foot bronze statue at PNC Park, which was a great move by the Pirates to celebrate what he did for Pittsburgh baseball. We're also going to talk about the Olympic gold medal coming up. A lot of stuff going on in the Olympics, of course, but the one that hits home here is the gold medal game between Canada and the United States. Canada has not taken a back seat to the U.S., and they've made it very difficult on the U.S., quite frankly. When you think about it, the USA hasn't won one of these since the Miracle on Ice. They haven't been to a final, I don't believe, since 2010. So this is a big moment for Mike Sullivan, his USA team, and Canada, which brings us to the Sidney Crosby situation. Sidney Crosby has been listed this morning by John Cooper, the head coach of Canada, as a game-time decision for tomorrow, which is something it's interesting. I don't know, if I ever would have thought he got to a game-time decision. Now, maybe that's just being done so that the USA, tries to figure out what they're going to do line-wise, power play-wise. I'm not sure. But if it's truly that, then he's going to play. If it's just down to whether or not he thinks he can, as I said before, I think the doctors are the most important part of this. They have to decide and let him clearly know, yes, you can do this, there's risk, but it's minimum, or no, you shouldn't, there's maximum risk. Kyle Dubas is part of that staff over there, so I'm sure he's been informed about all the possibilities. And if Sidney Crosby plays, and I wouldn't doubt it because I never doubt anything he does, that he will play well. And this is a chance for another gold medal. For him, that's very important. It may be his last one. They're going to do this again in 4 years, and by then he'd be 42 years old. Not saying he couldn't do it, but there are going to be a lot of younger guys coming, the Macklin Celebrinis of the world and people like him, young guys who may take those spots. Not sure. But he's been the ultimate captain for Canada, and I know he's, even yesterday when they won, he was impactful in that his presence in the locker room. You've heard people talk about what he brings to it. So it's going to be interesting to watch. And USA is a slight underdog in that game. But, man, I think the goaltending battle will ultimately be the one. Jordan Binnington, you can say what you want about him during the regular season. He's not been all that good. But he was the backbone of a championship team for St. Louis when they won, and it was mostly him. What he did there, he's been outstanding in these Olympics. I thought the other day he started slowly. I didn't think he was all that good, but as the game got on, he's Mr. Clutch making saves. And on the other side, Connor Hellebuck, man, he's one of the more decorated guys recently in goaltending in the NHL. So that, to me, is going to be the ultimate battle. Whoever stays out of the box, that's a big part of this as well. So we have a lot to get into. Pirates will open up to play today, and I'd like to get your thoughts on that as well. Do you think Connor Griffin should be on this team to start? We'll find out as this spring goes on. My bet is that he won't, although I think he should. What do you think? At 412-928-9370. All right, let's get the calls rolling, beginning with Martin in Uniontown. Hello, Martin. How are you?
Hi, Bob. How you doing this fine morning?
Doing good. What's on with you?
Okay, Bob. What do you think? I think it's going to be a good hockey game tomorrow. But I'll tell you what. I watched the U.S. yesterday. I watched them when they won that game 6-2. Now, if those checkers if they can keep rolling those lines, they may have a good shot.
Yeah, yesterday they pretty much dominated Slovakia. That was kind of a mismatch there. I think Canada had a tougher assignment. They were down 2-0, and they came back and won that. Got a high sticking call that put them in the box when stick got up in the face of Nathan McKinnon, and it turned out McKinnon got the game winner on that Mac combination. McDavid, Macklin Celebrini, and Nathan McKinnon. That's a tough thing to operate. He buried that shot. You saw the USA, man. Tage Thompson's a guy you got to watch out for. He has such a quick release in their win. He took a one-timer from Jack Eichel and just buried it to make it a 2-0 game. They won easily. So it's going to be fun. 8 o'clock in the morning. It'll be 5 o'clock out west. They're going to have to get up early if they want to watch this one. That's how it is with a time change.
Yeah. Okay. And Bob, another thing about the Penguins, if they can keep a steady hand on the rudder, they should be all right.
Yeah, I mean, they're in position right now, thanks, Martin, for the call, to make the playoffs. What they do at the trade deadline, if anything, there are those who say you don't have to do all that much tweak. There are those who say you have to do more. If you're going to get in the playoffs, to make a run through the playoffs, you're going to need more help. So I think that's going to be, and it's the deadline's coming up here. Within, they get back and start play this week. It'll be basically a week and a half, and then the trade deadline's here. So they're going to have to make some quick decisions. Let's go out to Anthony in Oakland, who joins us right now on the fan hotline. What's up, Anthony?
Bob, every day we keep losing some of our favorite players from our generation. And it starts to make us look at our own mortality.
I agree with that,
guys, boy. And we saw these guys when they were at their apex. And what people, the younger generation don't understand Maz and Allie, that was the best combination, second and shortstop combination in baseball for a long time.
Yes, there was. Nobody has turned more double plays than Bill Mazeroski at that position either.
No, I would say, and losing Wagner and every day we keep losing them. And I told my son, I said, yeah, your father saw these guys when they were when they were young whippersnappers. Hey, Bob, it shows you about the organization that the Pirates had during that era. I mean, when they were phasing Maz out, they had a young Dave Cash, and he was outstanding. And they traded a young Dave Cash, remember, to the rival, the Phillies, for Ken Brett because they had a young Rennie Stennett.
Yeah, Rennie Stennett was terrific too.
Look at that! Look at those players they had back then, Bob. When you think about it, I mean, and even some of the bench guys like Gene Clines and Carl Taylor and John Jeter, Bob Robertson.
Yeah,
John
Milner.
Player after, I'm sorry,
Lee Lacy.
Bob, they had player after player. I mean, it's just amazing what you and I got to see from the Pirates and then later the Steelers. It's just amazing, man.
Do you have a favorite memory of Maz by any chance, Anthony? What stands out to you aside from the home run? I mean, everybody's going to talk about the home run.
Well, I remember the home run. I was 6 years old, so my granddad was a policeman at Ford Field, so I don't remember much of the game except being there and seeing how I was more concerned about going up and get me a hamburger from some of the shops they had in Oakland, to be quite honest with you, when I think back to that time. But no, Maz, the double play combination, and of course the great one. But they had Bob, it was just amazing, man. And you and I got to see them.
Yep.
And young people, you missed a lot, but it's their time now, Bob. So all we can do is reminisce with them, right?
That's right, and tell them hopefully they'll get opportunities just like that. I mean, because that's the thing about sports. It's always amazing to me, Anthony, that it pulls everyone together. No matter what you believe, no matter your political stance, religious stance, whatever stance, that brings people together. It's that commonality,
Right.
So.
This stud they got at shortstop now, my goodness. I mean, this guy, he looks like he was made in a lab, this boy. He's about put together.
He certainly does. He's 19, and he's got the body of a 25-year-old or more. So do you think he'll make it on this opening day roster or not?
I wouldn't. I would let him spend some time a little bit before he gets here. I mean, it's not going to hurt him. We saw Bonds, Bonilla. We saw some of the best players in this organization spend time in the minors. It's not going to hurt him. I was more concerned about the organization, but it seems like they're going in a better direction now. And let's see what happens. But no, that kid he's got it. He's got the look. Let's just see if he can hold up.
Thanks, Anthony. Yeah, I'm looking forward whenever he does come up here. He will be here at some point. It's just maybe not at the beginning of this season. Richie in Cecil joins us right now. Hello, Rich.
Hey, Bob. I'll be 77 in a couple months, so I've met Maz a few times over the years. When I was in sixth grade, Sister Domitilla allowed us to watch the game on daytime TV back then. The series was all in the daylight. And I remember being mad at my mother and dad because they wouldn't let me go down in town as an 11-year-old. But a couple years later, I met Maz and Bob Skinner and George Witt on the 11th floor of Kaufman's for an autograph session. And go ahead, about 30, 40 years, he had a book signing up at Walden Books at South Hills Village. And it just so happened I was the only one there. It was like supper time. Nobody was around. And he stopped and talked to me for like 10 minutes. And it's just tough losing guys like that. I'm sorry.
No, hey, I feel. I mean, you're in a position too where you're thinking about, age and everything else, what happens. But Rich, thank you. Appreciate the call on that. And yeah, the thing about Mazeroski, he was just down to earth. He was just a guy. If somebody you could sit around with and talk. If you didn't know it was Bill Mazeroski, and I've seen this happen actually, where a guy would go up, sit somewhere near, and didn't know it was him, just start talking. You'd never know because he would just talk about whatever you want to talk about. He'd engage you. I also, this is what I've said this many times. When it comes to autograph seekers, Everybody wants autographs. But for the person giving the autograph, oftentimes it's just a hurried kind of, you don't even know what you're going. You could look at it and say, whose is that? You wouldn't know. He, like Arnold Palmer, one of the best autograph handwritten stuff that you're going to find. Penmanship, terrific. You'll know exactly when you see Bill Mazeroski's signature, it's Bill Mazeroski, because it was very clear who it was, just like Arnold Palmer. Those guys are old school. One more call before we break. I have a lot of people coming up here. Let's go to Mick in Moon Township. Hey, Mick, how are you?
Okay. Bob, I have a memory about Maz. Me and my late father, we had season tickets for the Steelers for years, so obviously we lost Mike Wagner, who was a heck of a player. But I remember it was Labor Day, 1966. I was like 10 going on 11. And the Pirates that day played the Braves. And the Pirates were in first place. You know, they had a heck of a team in 66. Clemente was MVP and stuff. And Matty Lou won the batting title. And they were in first place until the last 2 weeks of the season, and they fell apart. I think they won like 92 games. They finished like 2 games behind the Dodgers. Well, the thing about that day, it was Maz's 30th birthday, and he hit 2 balls over the scoreboard and hit 2 home runs that day.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he batted oftentimes very low in the order. They had a very gifted lineup. So, again, that's another thing about him, that when people first look at his career, they don't think much about, you know, his hitting necessarily, but he finished with over 2,000 career hits. But it was his defense that did it for him. Thanks, Mark, for the memory. Appreciate that. We have Leslie, we have Mark, we have Harry, all coming up. So if you want to get involved in the conversation, it's not just remembering Bill Mazeroski, but also talking about the gold medal game. Do you like 3-on-3 hockey in playoff situations? Would you want it in the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs? We're seeing it in the, you know, Olympics, and we saw it 3 times the other day when 3 of those games went to overtime in a 3-on-3 instead of a regular 5-on-5. Let me know what you think about that. I want to remind you, too, that Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Back with more right here on a Saturday edition of the Bob Pompiani Show, flanked by Joel Nelson, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates open up spring training against Baltimore at 1 o'clock on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Pitt basketball takes on Notre Dame at 2 here on The Fan with coverage at 1:30. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Hey, it might be hard to believe, but you know what's going to be here soon? Spring. Oh, yes, spring. So get on into Schultz Ford. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and get ready for spring. How about that Mustang convertible? When that weather hits, let's go. There's that. There's the F-150. There's an Explorer. Maybe you're taking that spring break trip. That is fantastic to head down south with the family. If you got a little bit of a bigger family, the Expedition works as well. Long story short, the weather's going to get a lot better. Get yourself geared up for spring and, dare I say, some summer fun. The people who work at Schultz cannot be beaten. They are fantastic. They will work with you. They'll hook you up. And also, all the inventory is there and it's ready to go. So all those great locations and always, and I mean always online at SchultzFord.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 3/2/26.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge President's Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe, or receive up to $2,750 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Mike Rowe here with a fun fact. Did you know that 50% of the air that you breathe inside your home comes from your crawl space? Yeah. Whether your crawl space is wet, musty, or your floors are bouncy, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to repair your crawl space. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Your best President's Day deals at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. The most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, and we've got them. 7-passenger Outlanders take up to $10,000 off, or finance at 0% for an incredible 72 months. Outlander Sports take up to $5,000 off, or just 2.99% financing for 60 months. All backed by that unbeatable warranty. The Mitsu that fits you is right here in Washington. And why? Because the bow tie means a better buy. Shop President's Day savings at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook. Want to know why betting the winter games on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle on the events you care about most, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The winter games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches that start to slow and somehow get tense fast. Speed skating decided by inches. And hockey games that feel different from the opening faceoff. So much more. U.S. hockey now going into the knockout stage with a bye into the quarterfinal round. They are right now the second favorites to win. The favorites being Canada. The way that they exploded through the preliminary round, Crosby's excellent play. The U.S. will likely play Sweden in the next round, and that'll be a tough match given Sweden came into this tournament with the third best odds to win. So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention the 93.7 The Fan special.
It's time to play on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. New casino users score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Plus, get 250 bonus spins on Good Heavens or Little Demon Mega Collectum. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Bob knows sports.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go crazy.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back as we continue here on the Olympics of watching this biathlete or whatever these cross-country skiers who are going uphill over an hour and 8 minutes at a ridiculous pace. Talk about stamina to do that. And uphill, no less, on much of this. It's pretty amazing. 412-928-9370. For those of you maybe turning in late, Bill Mazeroski passed away. We spent a lot of this morning talking about people who knew him well. I'd love to hear from you. I have a story concerning the great Bill Mazeroski and everything that he did for Pittsburgh. 89 years of age. An emotional player, a guy who still has one of the more iconic plays in all of Major League Baseball history. Bottom of the ninth, game-winning home run against the Yankees to knock out the mighty Yankees. He passed away today at the age of 89. 412-928-9370. Let's get back to it. A lot of people want to talk about Maz. Mark is one of them in Bell Vernon. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Bob. How you doing?
Doing good. What's up?
Quick notes. I had emailed you once of my neighbor, Ron Netchai.
Netchai, right.
One who struck out all 27 batters, is the very best friend of Bill Mazeroski, and he was able to get me.
He's like 95, Ron. Isn't he still living, I think?
He's still living, yeah. He's just going to move out of the condo now. He and his wife need some, personal care, but what a great guy.
What a great – and he did something that will never, ever happen again. I think people
Yep, he struck out all 27 batters down at Bristol in the minors.
Yeah, I don't care if
he's
it's
the
minors,
only
little league, or whatever. When you strike out 27, all 27 hitters you face. I mean, really.
Yeah, unbelievable. And then another little note, many years later, I was up at Mystic Rock for the first outing that they had up there, like a little pro-am or whatever.
Yeah, for Maz's
and that's
tournament.
the only time I saw you in person. And didn't you play with Ralph Terry?
Yes. That was an interesting day of golf to hear him talk.
Terry was the one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, man. And then afterwards, those guys would go at a little bit, talking, having a cigar and a drink, and reminiscing about it all.
That was beautiful. And my last little quick story I'll get in, I was in Catholic school, so I was 10 years old, and after school, we go outside. Somebody had a transistor radio, and the nun was with us. And what do you know? We turn it on. It's bottom of the ninth. And she says, let's all hold hands and say Hail Mary, which we did. The next pitch went out of there. She let us go back into class, right all over the chalkboards like crazy. I go home. My dad was Polish. He didn't ask me how school was or what I did. He just looked at me and said, that Polak did it. And I'll never forget that. Most proudest moment of my dad's life, I believe.
Oh, I'll tell you what, it's one of those moments. If you lived through it, man, you got a memory that I don't think anyone else will ever get. In fact, there's never been a conclusion like that ever since. So I know Joe Carter hit a home run. I think it was a game 6 to win it, but it wasn't a game 7. So, Mark, thanks for the call and the memory. Appreciate that. And we wish Ron Netchai all the best. I think he's 95 years old, but yeah, he struck out all 27 batters he faced in a minor league game. How about that? Let's go to Harry in North Huntington. Harry, what's going on?
Hi, Bob. Thanks for taking my call, and I'm a first-time caller to your show, and it's an honor to talk to a legend like you.
I'm not that. I'm just someone who likes to talk sports, but I appreciate your comments.
My memories of Mr. Mazeroski was there was an establishment out at North Huntington, if you ever heard it was called Fontana's Cafe. Bill was very good friends with Jimmy and Nellie Brown. They golfed out at Mount Odin. And it was like going to a Mazeroski museum in there. There was always golden gloves sitting there, and at the center of the bar, it had a picture of Jimmy sitting there at Forbes Field in a Pirate dugout with the great one, Roberto Clemente. But waking up today brought me back memories of January 1, 1973, when the great one passed away. Yeah. And when I spoke to Mr. Mazeroski, I asked him the question, what was it, to hit that home run? And he told me, he looked at me and smiled, because I was just lucky. He hit Ralph's best pitch. And the second story, was I had the night he hit the home run when the city of Pittsburgh was going crazy. Him and Mrs. Mazeroski was out in Shenley Park feeding the pigeons like it was no big deal. And this man was a gracious man. He'd give you time. Like you said, his autograph was pure. It wasn't scribbled. And he'd shake your hand, because I got to know him out there, and he remembered my name. That's what kind of man Mr. Mazeroski was. And, all sports is out the window for me today. He was an idol of mine. I consider him, Bob, the greatest second baseman ever to play the game. I've been watching baseball for 64 years, and I'll even put him up against a legend. That man just knew how to play hitters. Nothing fancy, nothing dramatic. He was a smart man. And going up to hitters like his time, now, how would you like to have Willie McCovey and, these hitters, he had to play against in the 60s. I mean, these were the golden time of baseball. So thanks for letting me explain my opinion,
Yes,
Bob.
thank you, Harry. Yeah, I appreciate your comments. Thank you. And, yeah, as far as defensively, we did a piece a long time ago. And I think Neil Walker, who was on with Jim Colony prior to this down in spring training, talked about what Maz was like. We had a mic on him. This is way back at spring training. He was explaining how to get rid of that ball when it came to you from the shortstop so that you didn't miss a beat. It had to be all in one motion, split second. The ball never really touched your glove. If it did, it was just to get it in and out of there. But, man, he worked on that. And certainly helped some of the younger guys who came along to play second base for the Pirates in the years after that. And the Pirates were smart bringing him down as, a coach, somebody who can help those guys. All right, let's go out to Elwood City. We have Leslie on the line with us right now. Hey, Leslie, how are you?
Hey, Bob. How's it going today?
Good. What's going on with you?
Nothing. Good to talk to you. I did have a couple questions and then a comment real quick. My first question is, I got a notification on Twitter today that the Steelers are interested in Jalen Waddle, perhaps. Did you happen to hear anything about that?
No. Well, I know that his name has been mentioned previously as far as maybe somebody the Steelers would be interested in. That was even last season, before last season began. So if they would be interested, I wouldn't be surprised because, you know, they got to figure out what they're going to do. And the Combine starts this week in Indianapolis, coming up on Monday.
Right.
So they're going to start figuring out exactly what their draft plan would be and how you can augment your team with free agency or trade. Now, that would require a trade, and, we'll see.
Okay. All right. My next question is, do you think it's a wise bet to take money line on the USA hockey team tomorrow?
Why not? I mean, you can make those bets, Leslie, as you go along, too. So
yeah, I know live betting. Oh, I know.
A lot of people yesterday when Canada – was it yesterday? I can't remember what day it is now. When they were down 2-0 in that game, a lot of people I know put a bet on Canada to come back and win it, and they did. That's how you get better odds and better money if you want to do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, you can pick either of those teams. Who knows how it's going to be? I bet you it's going to go right down. It may be an overtime 3-on-3 game.
Okay. That'll be exciting.
Yeah. I think it's – honestly, when it comes right down to it, Canada, USA – always, it seems, are the two teams, especially in women's hockey. They have a lot of different countries in there, but in reality, it's a USA-Canada tournament. Both of those teams are the best, and USA has overcome them now in terms of what they've been able to do. And I get a shout-out to the Pens Elite program, too, because 4 of the players on that Team USA were people who got starts in the Pens Elite program right here in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm. Cool. And one final thing, I just would like to express my opinion that I think Connor Griffin's ready to come up. He's making me really excited. I don't know if I'm drinking too much hopium, but I don't see the sense in delaying him just a little bit of time. Like, I want to win now. I don't want to win in the future. We don't know what's going to happen. There's this lockout looming.
Hey, Leslie, I get that, and I'm kind of with you. I'd like to see him, and thank you very much for the call and your thoughts. I would say to you that if you go back to last year, the Pirates started really badly in April. They dug a hole from which they could never get out. This year, you don't want to do that. I think the Cubs are going to be a really good team, but after that, I think the Pirates could be right there, and they could be a wild card team. So you don't want to waste games in April. And if you believe that his back can help you win those games, now maybe he's ready, maybe he's not. If you bring him up here now and start, and he turns out that he's not, then you may cost yourself games. They got to make a smart decision with him. But I think the key to this team is you want to get off to a good start, much like they did a couple of years ago when they went through in April, and I think they were 20-8, and then they fell apart. But the starts are important. Jim in Charleroi, you're up right now on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. How are you?
Hey, Bob. I'm a first-time caller. I'm 73. I just wanted to say I remember getting off the bus. I was second grade, I think, and I ran in the house. And my mother come flying out. I grew up in a country place out in Washington County. We all played baseball, and we went nuts. But what I wanted to tell you about Maz, he batted .260, but I was a kind of guy that kind of followed that batting averages. He batted .260, but he was a clutch hitter. I can't prove that. I don't have statistics. But as a little boy, I remember, Maz gets up when we need a hit. He's going to do it.
Oh, no question about that. He was clutch. I mean, how else do you explain that swing, one swing?
Oh, yeah.
That's all it takes to change history, to put yourself in a position where everyone will remember you no matter how long you live, no matter what. Your name is etched in history for the rest of your life and then the rest of baseball history. Because, I don't know that you're going to find a scenario where someone's going to win in the bottom of the ninth. I would have thought by now someone would have done that. But it didn't. His is still the last Game 7, bottom of the ninth, game-winning home run.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Jim.
It was It was awesome. Nice
I appreciate
job,
you
Bob.
calling. Yeah, thank you. We got a lot of people. We got Bob, Bobby, Sam, Jay, John, Kurt, Marty. We'll try to squeeze them all in as we go to 1:30 today at 412-928-9370. I still want to get into some 3-on-3 overtime talk. Do you like it if the Stanley Cup playoffs included it? We'll get into that and more as we continue right here on the Bob Pompiani Show. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. You want to retire in a Florida beach house? Let Secure Money Advisors help you get that retirement on track. Today, temperatures in the 40s, temperatures in the 30s Sunday through Tuesday. We're expecting some snow tomorrow and into Monday. We'll be back with those calls right here on the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
2 o'clock this afternoon, Pitt basketball takes on Notre Dame at the Peterson Event Center. Coverage here on The Fan at 1:30. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Time to let Spitzer Auto World do the work during our Trade Up Pay Down sales event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Trade up to lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 double cab rear wheel drive from a low $249 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 39684, VIN 3TMK B5FN6TM055265, 39 months, $49.99 due at signing through TMS plus title tax license registration, $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 3/2/2026.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-885-8877. 800-885-8877. Again, that's 800-885-8877.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
I'm John Morgan. There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Reason number 3. First, all lawyers are not the same. If my family had an injury case and I couldn't hire us, there are only about 3 to 4% of the lawyers out there that I would hire. And here's why. Most of them rarely, if ever, go to trial. They just take the last best offer. Hell, you can do that yourself. Do this. If you're looking for a lawyer, Google Morgan & Morgan results and see what comes up. It may shock you. Then Google the firm you're thinking of hiring and do the same. That may shock you as well. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. We won a lot. $30 billion and counting. Morgan & Morgan, or thepeople.com. Who would I hire? I'd hire us.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Planet Fitness has everything you need anytime the motivation hits, so you can give everything you've got. With most clubs open 24 hours, you've got access to our best-in-class equipment to tackle early morning reps, late-night miles, and every workout in between. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends February 27th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. When the auto show comes to Pittsburgh, #1 Cochran Kia shows up in a big way. And right now, you can get exclusive savings on a new Kia as part of #1 Cochran's Auto Showtime event. If you're buying with cash, find models starting at just over $23,000 like the K4 sedan. If you plan to lease or finance, choose from affordable monthly payments and rates as low as 0% on the Sorrento, Sportage, and Telluride. #1 Cochran Kia's lot is also loaded with more than 300 new vehicles to pick from. Combine that with their clearly better car buying experience, and there's no reason to miss the Auto Showtime event. It's now at #1 Cochran Kia and CochranKia.com. 0% APR for 48 months is $1,000 financed at $20.83 per month. In stock only while supplies last. May not stack with other offers. Ends 3/2/26.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off February with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2026 Kia Carnival LX, only $399 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $215 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Think Verizon is expensive? Think again. Anyone can bring their AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. So bring us your bill. Walk in, run in, pogo stick in, teleport if you can. Ride on the back of a rollerblading yak or fly in on the wings of a majestic falcon. Any way you can, bring your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal on the best network. Based on Root Metrics Best Overall Mobile Network Performance, U.S. second half 2025. All rights reserved. Must provide very recent postpaid consumer mobile bill in the name of the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms, conditions, and restrictions apply.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and this month is all about love. But if you're not feeling the love in the bedroom, if you're feeling more of a, disappointment, Blue Chew can help. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means Blue Chew can help you show up when it matters during life's most exciting moments. Blue Chew can help you be ready when she is. And Blue Chew, well, it's a small chew for a big difference. It isn't just about performance either, guys. What you want to do here is give her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your home, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. This week, they're doing free installation on all projects. That's right, free. This includes bathroom remodels, new windows, doors, even full house flooring. Plus, lock in special financing and get your project started with no money down. Schedule your free, no obligation consultation right now and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Earlier today, the Pirates announced the passing of seven-time All-Star Bill Mazeroski. He was 89. Pirates have their spring training opener 1 hour from now on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. They will take on Baltimore. Pitt basketball today takes on Notre Dame 2 hours from now. That game at the Pete with coverage on the Fan at 1:30. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Right now it's hour number 2 of the Bob Pompiani Show.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shenderovich, and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back on a very sunny day here in Pittsburgh. Bob Pompiani alongside Joel Nelson at 412-928-9370. We're talking a lot about the death of Bill Mazeroski, of course, and some of the memories people have. There's a lot of other stuff to get into as well. The Canada-USA men's hockey gold medal game. That's tomorrow morning. It'll be 8 o'clock Eastern time, and USA is an underdog slightly in that game to Canada. And it's interesting because this game will be played on February 22nd. That's tomorrow. Right? February 22nd, I got that right. Well, it was February 22nd, 1980, that the USA did what they had to do with a Miracle on Ice. So 46 years to the exact day, could be a USA championship, the first since the Miracle on Ice. That'll be interesting for everyone to see. And they may use 3-on-3 again. If it gets to that, that's what it will be. Do you like 3-on-3 when it comes to that? Also, just on another hockey-related note, that Gavin McKenna last night at Penn State had 8 points in an 11-4 win over Ohio State. He had a goal and 7 assists. And NIL is getting crazy, so I want to throw this out just before we get on with more calls here. Malachi Tony, I think this is accurate, is going to get $1.4 million yearly from Miami and $500K additionally each year he finishes at Miami, plus a private suite for all Dolphin home games and unlimited use of a private yacht, I guess. I mean, it's getting completely out of hand. I don't know how they regulate this, but this is a problem that a lot of teams are going to encounter. All right, back to the lines. They've been jumping. We appreciate your calls. Let's go to Jay in Pittsburgh. Hello, Jay. How are you?
Hey, Bob. I have a golf question.
Sure.
Who's the best golfer you've ever seen live in person?
All right. My answer is going to be Jack Nicklaus with Tiger Woods real close. You know?
Okay.
I mean, that's a hard one to say because Jack has the most majors and will always have the most majors. I don't think anyone's going to catch him. But, you know, watching Tiger hit a golf ball, especially back in his heyday, was pretty special. So both those guys. But, I mean, Nicklaus is still number one on my book.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. And I should point out that Scotty Scheffler made his 68th straight cut yesterday. That's 3.5 years of golf without missing a cut. And he had to work hard. He was 4 over at one point, had to get it to like 1 under just to do it. So he shot 66 yesterday, I think. But to put this in context here, Scotty Scheffler, 68 made cuts in a row. Tiger Woods, 142 made cuts in a row. Think about that. And that's a span of 7 years. Let's go to Marty in Frick Park. Hey, Marty, how are you?
Hey, Bob, how you doing? You know what? I'm starting to get kind of like charged up about Mac Jones. I'm thinking to myself, here's the thing. He's only 3 or 4 years older than Will Howard and Ty Simpson. People forget. Remember, Bob, he made the playoffs as a rookie with New England.
Yep.
And then remember, Belichick kind of lost his mind. He started using defensive coordinators as his offensive coordinator. But when I think of Mac won the national championship. And he also here's one of the biggest benefits when we think about how Sam Darnold turned his career around the last couple of years. Remember, he went to the last year he was at the Kyle Shanahan school, and Kyle Shanahan and Mike McCarthy's offense is that West Coast concept, very similar.
Yeah, and certainly Darnold made out from that, right? Yeah. I mean, he went through that same process. I don't know. Is there another Sam Darnold out there?
Well, Matt played well last year. He has kind of similar size to Sam. Here's the thing, Bob, they have 12 draft choices. To give a third and a fifth for a 27, 28-year-old quarterback that has a lot of pedigree. Yeah, I know the second year at New England he went south, and after that he kind of had a couple rough years, bounced around. But he does have pedigree, and he played well last year for Frisco, just kind of like Sam did 3 years ago for Frisco.
So I guess your thinking, Marty, is that if you're interested in Willis, it may be a higher price for him. I don't know if you are interested in Willis.
I think that Mac's a better fit. I think he's used to playing in that offensive scheme. I think he'd be a better fit for Mike's offense. Mike's never had like a dual threat quarterback, has he, Bob? I mean, I don't.
Dak could move, but he wasn't. He was never going to be a design play runner. They're not going to do stuff like that. He can move the pocket a little bit, certainly.
But when you have 12, I'm sorry to interrupt. When you have 12 draft choices, Bob, a third and a fifth. I mean.
Well, they're going to certainly. They're not going to draft all of them. You're right about that, Marty. But it all comes back still down to Rodgers. If he decides he's coming back, I've heard different things now. And until he decides, until this is over with, you're going to assume he's back. And if he is, they're not going to go out and acquire anybody. They're going to just have that same quarterback.
You and Joe talked about it. I mean, they don't have a timeline like they had last year because by the time the draft happened, they were kind of stuck with, they were stuck with Mason and Will Howard. This year, they have opportunities to do other things by March 11th. You can't let Rodgers at 43 years old hijack the team again. By the way,
and I think he will have an answer sooner than that. Yes, so we'll see how it goes. It'll be interesting. But that draft is coming to Pittsburgh here in like 9 weeks. It's going to be. Thanks, Marty, for the call. Appreciate that. Bobby in Beaver County is next. He joins us on the hotline. Hello, Bobby.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
So it's 3:00 and the Catholic grade school just let out. So I ran 3 blocks and got to watch the last 2 innings in 1960.
Well, how did you get in?
No, at home.
Oh, at home. I was going to say, if you got in, that's pretty good. That thing was packed.
No, the game started. No, I wasn't at Forbes Field.
Okay.
I mean, the game started back then at 1:00. They didn't have night World Series yet. So there were 2 things that happened in that, and you mentioned Maz's home run, of course. So I got to watch the last 2 innings. But something else happened that never happened in the first 80 years, and I don't believe it happened since then, that the MVP was on the losing team with the Yankees in the same World Series, and that was their second baseman, Bobby Richardson.
Yeah, that's an interesting point you bring up because that's not something that you routinely see now. In fact, you'll probably never see that again. If you haven't since then, probably never again. But that was such a dominant Yankees lineup. And honestly, if you looked at the collective scores and everyone did, you say, how in the world did the Pirates get 4 wins out of this?
Well, I remember, Bob, I'm not sure if it was the 8th inning or not when the bad hop hit Kubek.
In the throat.
Yes. It hit the edge of the infield, I believe, the grass. And it was a routine ball, but it hit the edge and then took off on him. So I think that was in the top of the 8th inning, maybe, and somebody hit a home run to tie the game or something, and then the Pirates tied it. And I don't know if the Yankees scored in the 9th inning or not, but Bobby Richardson, who became a minister after that for years, but he had Maris and the outfielder, who was the outfielder in the 9th inning for the Yankees.
Which outfield? You mean in left field?
Left, yes. And he didn't normally play outfield.
Okay, so he just looked at it too. He ran back there and said, "Okay, see ya. We lost."
He turned around. It was Yogi Berra.
Yogi Berra, they had him out there. I didn't even realize that.
Served in World War II, Yogi Berra. But that lineup, Whitey, Ford,
it was unbelievable.
Maris and Mantle, and I think Cleet Boyer, one of the Boyer brothers, was the third baseman, right?
They had pretty much all-stars everywhere you looked. That's how that was. Yeah. Bobby, thanks for your trip down memory lane. I appreciate a lot of that. I got a lot of people want to talk, and this next gentleman I think has a unique perspective on Bill Mazeroski. That would be Mr. Bob Friend. And the name Friend is somebody out there you should remember when it comes to pirate lore. Hello, Bob.
Hey, Robert. How are you?
Doing good. How are you? Sad day today.
Well, sad. It's we lost Elroy. Who was my dad's reliever, and I went up and visited with my mom early this morning. She's 90. She's doing great. I mean, she's sharp as all get out. But just talking to her briefly, and she just said, she said we grew up together. My dad came up with the Pirates in the Waco Big State League in Waco, Texas in 1950, and then came up with the Bigs in 1951. Maz came up in 56. So my dad in 1956, my dad was 25, Maz was 20. And Mylene and my mom, hung out during spring training, and they were travel partners and everything else. So he was very similar to my dad. I mean, they were both extraordinarily humble people. And if you didn't know who they were, when you'd sit down at a table, you could talk to them for a couple hours. And if you didn't know who they were and baseball didn't come up, baseball would not come up.
Sort of like Chuck Noll. He never wanted to talk about football, everything but.
Exactly. And I can tell you a good story with Maz. I played in his charity events a lot, hung around with them with my dad and all the other guys in the Pirate Alumni Association, played in the golf tournament every year with those guys. So I was working I retired from tournament golf in 2003, and I was working for Hillman Properties as an independent consultant on a property they had in Panama City Beach, Florida called Shark's Tooth Golf Club. And so my dad called me up and said, give Maz a call. He's down there with Darren, who's coaching, one of the Gulf Coast community colleges down there. And he said, give him a call. I'm sure he'd love to play. So I said, sure. So I called him up. I said, why don't you come on out, Maz? It's everything on us. I talked to the Hillman people like, oh, my God, we'd love to have Maz on the property. So we went out there to Shark's Tooth. It actually, at that time, was ranked 5th in the state of Florida. Very hard, Greg Norman design. And we went out. This time, Maz he's like 66, 67. And he went out on a very difficult golf course. He shot 77, a legit 77. And, he was just a great athlete, just an even better guy. And I can tell you, talking to my dad and talking to a lot of those old timers, my dad would say far and away the best second baseman I've ever seen. He said if you looked at his glove, it didn't even look like it had a pocket in it.
No, I remember.
The ball got in and out of his glove so quickly, he said it looked like a deflection.
Yeah, incredible.
But I just think that when you go and you think about this man, obviously, the only walk-off Game 7 World Series home run, but most importantly, he was just a kind man. And after my dad had passed, he would see my mother at alumni events, this, that, and the other. It was just always looked after my mom, he and Mylene, and he's just this one hit me hard. I mean, I knew Elroy to a certain extent, but I knew Maz a lot more and spent more time with him. And it was this one's hard to take. He was such a kind guy.
Yeah. Well, condolences to you, your family, and everybody who was associated with Bill Mazeroski. What a legend he was. Bob, thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
All the best, Pom. Thanks, buddy.
All right, you too. John and Moon. And then we'll take a break. We have Kevin in Vegas, Ron, we have Rob, Marty in Orlando. A lot of people want to chime in. Go ahead, John. How are you?
Hey, Bob. How are you?
Good, thanks. What's going on?
So I have a Maz story. I was 5 years old when the Pirates won the World Series in 1960. And I don't remember the game, but I remember my father running around the house, jumping up and down for joy. And I had the privilege of going to Bradenton one summer and walking up to Maz and asking him for his autograph on a ball. No problem. He just signed it. But my best memory of Maz was his Hall of Fame speech.
Yeah. Didn't last very long, did it?
No, it didn't last very long. He didn't get through it. He cried. And I remember Joe Morgan, one of the best second basemen ever, walking across the stage and telling Maz, you belong. You belong here. And I think that validation to Maz meant all the world.
I think you're absolutely right about that. In fact, he tells that story. He used to tell it all the time. John, thank you for that. Appreciate your recollections of Bill Mazeroski, and a story that certainly hits home to a lot of people. 412-928-9370. Ron in North Carolina, you're next. Hey, Ron.
Hey, Bob, how are you?
Good, thank you. What's going on?
Yeah, like anybody that you're have on today in their 70s, the 60 Pirates was everything. I just want to recall the sixth game of the World Series. I got to go to that, but it was a standing room only type of a thing. We got out there around 8 o'clock in the morning, took a streetcar out to Oakland from the north side, stood in line starting on the Panther Hollow Bridge, didn't get into the game until about the sixth inning. By that time, the Yankees had already hit 3 or 4 home runs over the wall, and we kids wouldn't even got a line to go chase the baseballs, knowing that we were losing because for fear we'd lose our spot in the standing room. So it was a really unique memory, something my brother and I will always recall. But after the seventh game, my parents took us downtown, and in those days, kids weren't allowed really in bars in town. So my parents went in for a drink, and my brother and I just kind of hung out and walked through the confetti, and it was just an incredible moment that you'll never forget. And it's one of those sports memories I always have. My wife's father was the excavator that dug Maz's pool, and he said he was the nicest guy. He put a pool in for Maz in Greensburg. They lived in Greensburg, my wife's family, and he said he just had nothing but good things to say about Maz.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it. You're never going to find anyone who says bad word about Bill Mazeroski. I don't think there's any question about that. It's interesting in that series, too, because to say the Pirates were underdogs was an understatement by far. When you looked at what the rosters look like, and if I recall, the Yankees won 3 different games by 12 runs or more. I mean, there was one like a 17-2 or 16-2 game, another one 10-zip, another one 12-zip. You would think by that there's no way the Pirates would have whittled their way into winning these things, but they certainly did. Game 6 was all New York. They dominated in every single way, and then it was Harvey Haddix who got the win in the final one, another high-scoring affair at 10-9. It may be one of the highest-scoring World Series ever. So it's just how time goes. I mean, that's the one thing you keep thinking about, how time goes so fast. 412-928-9370. When we come back, we also want to talk about Sidney Crosby. Should he play tomorrow? Do you think he will play tomorrow? How much of an effect will he have in that gold medal game coming up? And the Steelers go to the Combine this week. What do you think will be their first pick, 21 overall, here in Pittsburgh in front of about 700,000 or more people right in front of Acrisure Stadium? What position will they go for? And we'll continue our memories about Bill Mazeroski. We have Rob in O'Hara, Marty in Orlando. We'll get to all of you guys. Thanks for calling us today on the Bob Pompiani Show. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.com. We'll be back in a flash right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
At 1 o'clock, the Pirates have their spring training opener. They'll take on Baltimore, and that game can be found on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Pitt basketball at 2 o'clock takes on Notre Dame. That game here on The Fan with coverage at 1:30 and at the Peterson Event Center. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook. Want to know why betting the winter games on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle on the events you care about most, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The winter games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches that start to slow and somehow get tense fast. Speed skating decided by inches. And hockey games that feel different from the opening face-off. So much more. U.S. hockey now going into the knockout stage with a bye into the quarterfinal round. They are right now the second favorites to win The favorites being Canada. The way that they exploded through the preliminary round, Crosby's excellent play. The U.S. will likely play Sweden in the next round, and that'll be a tough match given Sweden came into this tournament with the third best odds to win. So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off February with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2026 Kia Carnival LX, only $399 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $215 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit SouthHillsKia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile for a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention the 93.7 The Fan special.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal,
your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller, and one of the more recent goals I've set for myself has been to make my 40s the most fit decade of my life. That means a lot of trips to the gym, a lot of lifting weights, and much to my chagrin, a lot of cardio. Do you know what's made the whole process so much easier? Losing weight and keeping it off with Awaken 180 weight loss. The benefits haven't just been limited to the number on the scale either. Since losing the weight, my metabolic health has been way better. I sleep better. I recover better. My joints hurt less. And when I'm in the gym, I can perform at my best. No random aches and pains caused by lugging around all those extra pounds that I left in the past. I have more energy, and I also know how to eat healthy and give my body what it needs to support my workouts. And guess what? If I have any questions about nutrition, I can always lean on free support for life with Awaken 180. Check out the long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 3/2/26.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge President's Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe, or receive up to $2,750 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more, you too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job and get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
It's time to play on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. New casino users score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Plus, get 250 bonus spins on Good Heavens or Little Demon Mega Collectum. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Keeping it live and local.
Tell us then.
Back with more of the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
We were all along here on this Saturday, sort of the calm before the storm, because the weather is going to get a little worse. They have a nor'easter coming up. It's going to affect mostly the eastern seaboard, more so than us. But I think here in Pittsburgh, according to some of these weather things you see at the KDK Weather Center, it looks like it's going to impact some snow here. It won't be all that much compared to what we had before, which is like, so happy it's gone. Finally, after looking at yesterday, it was such a nice day. We'll have the weather forecast coming up a little bit later at 412-928-9370. In the meantime, more of your calls. We're talking about also the Steelers going to the Combine in Indianapolis this week. They're going to be looking at a lot of different things. What do you think should be their number one priority when it comes to this draft specifically? And you can also augment whatever you got with, free agency and moves you may want to make. But if Aaron Rodgers is coming back, they're in a win-now mode. What do they need to make his efforts a little bit easier to accomplish? 412-928-9370. Let's go out to Rob in O'Hara Township joining us right now. Hello, Rob.
Great lead-in, Bob. I wanted to talk about the draft.
Sure.
I think what the Steelers should do, I don't think they should bring Rodgers back, but they're going to do it. I think they should unload these old veterans like Watt, Cam Hayward, Ramsey, accumulate a bunch of draft picks, and flip this roster over like New England did. Joe Starkey was saying about how all this Will Howard talk was clickbait for the fans. I have a different take on it. I think what it really was about is they want to gauge the interest in Mason Rudolph by letting people think they're all amped up on Will Howard, and no one's going to pay $4 million for a third-string quarterback. I think ultimately when Malik Willis signs elsewhere and Mac Jones, I think Rudolph's going to end up as a backup for the 49ers or Packers.
Wow, you have a lot of change coming up, Rob. I mean, first of all, if they're going to bring Rodgers back, then they're not going to move on from Watt or Hayward. That wouldn't be part of their immediate plans. Maybe that shift should have happened a while ago. You know, I mean, when T.J. Watt was at the height of his powers, you could have made a move then if you wanted to. It's not unlike when Malkin and, was in this situation here a few years ago before he signed his second contract that, maybe they should have moved him to get some, but if Rodgers is coming back, they're going to do everything they can to win now. And if that's their plan, then they should.
Well, here's the problem. What this really is all about, this 10-year malaise of the Steelers, it's about Art Rooney wanting to get in the Hall of Fame. This non-losing season record wasn't about Mike Tomlin so much. It was about Art Rooney because he has nothing else to hang
Rob,
his
I totally
hat with.
disagree with that. First of all, he's motivated by what he can do. Thanks for the call. He's motivated by what he can do for his team to win. And you may disagree with the thought about, stripping it down, rebuilding it. That's just not the way he thinks specifically, and they think specifically. If they could try to figure out something to get them. Now, has it worked? No, they haven't won a playoff game. That has to obviously change. And trying to find the quarterback is going to be the trickiest thing. I find that, Rob, to be the one thing that they will try to do a little bit. If they can do it this year, probably not. Then next year for sure, but they got to come to an end of this. You do not want to go into a situation where every year you're talking about the quarterback and nothing else. Kevin joins us right now in Las Vegas. Hello, Kevin. What's going on?
Not too much. Hey, I'm still a little hurt that you didn't sing Hawaiian Christmas to me.
You know what? You've moved. Did you move, or are you still in Hawaii and you're just visiting Vegas?
Yeah, no. I retired from the military last year, and we moved out here to take advantage of the schools and reduce travel for my business. I do healthcare consulting now.
Okay, good for you, and thank you for your service, years. Joel. We have to cue up some Hawaiian music before this is over. So if you have the Hawaiian music somewhere in your, we used to do that with Kevin when I saw he's from Hawaii.
Yeah, and we're still going back. We kept the house, so Bob, eventually you'll be able to come out and.
I'd love to do that
for the Sony Open.
I'd love to do. Let's go.
Absolutely. Hey, I'll go rapid fire because I know you got a ton of people on. I think you absolutely let Sid play without fail. He's earned it. He's given us everything. If he gets another gold, especially if it was a golden goal, the only acceptable loss for me as a U.S. citizen, I'm fine with it, even if he has to sit a week or two out to kind of recover. I hate the 3-on-3 once the middle round hits. It would be horrific in the NFL playoffs. I have no problem with it during the regular season and preliminary rounds, but seeing Chetsia go home the other day because it takes away from the team aspect, because now if you have 9 all-world players on your team and the other team only has 1, the table just completely flips or tilts in their favor by going 3-on-3. I absolutely hate it.
Yeah, but it also, it's still the same for I understand what you're saying. I do, because I used to say the same thing. The more I watch 3-on-3, the more I'm inclined to say it should be used. I just, you have to structure for it. You have to know what you're doing with it. And if you have 9 players, 3 of them will be on the ice versus the 1 for the other team. And you should have an advantage that way.
What you do, and that's why I don't like it. I hate seeing a team go home after 4 years of getting ready for the Olympics because they went 3-on-3. But enough about that. Hey, I think we go for a number 2 wide receiver. Number 1, that's what we need. If they're going to run the same team back, I think it's an interesting conversation a year from now if Mike comes in and wins a playoff game with the essentially exact same roster when we haven't been able to do it for a decade. And then real quick, we are beyond blessed being in Pittsburgh fans. If you look at the history of sports, we have the greatest home run and upset in World Series history. We have the greatest save in the Cup, to win a cup in the Game 7 on somebody else's ice.
Yeah.
And then we have the immaculate reception. We got the greatest drive, throw, TD catch, defensive interception, and return TD in Super Bowl history. I mean, sometimes we are spoiled to a certain degree, you know, the way everybody else in sports world talks about Pittsburgh being spoiled. But it's been too long for us. But what we've been blessed with the last 50 years is just, well, really more than that at this point, is just otherworldly when it comes to being a Pittsburgh sports fan. Nobody else even remotely touches what we've been able to lay claim to.
Extremely well said, Kevin, and I agree. I think when you talk about spoiled natures, because you expect these things to continue. In most cases, they never occur ever. And here we are with all these memorable moments and people that you've gotten to know. I couldn't have said it better myself. So, yes, we want to see that change, but and there's going to be some new people coming along who can make that change, hopefully in the next 5 to 10 years. But appreciate your call as always, even though you're not in Hawaii. I would love to play Hawaiian music for you, Kevin. But next time, if I see Kevin, we're going to have that thing queued up and ready to go. Let's go out to Marty in Orlando, Florida. Hello, Marty. How are you?
Hey, Bob. How's it going?
Good.
I was very saddened this morning hearing the news of Maz death. I'm old enough to remember where I was when he hit the homer back in '60. So it was the summer of '86. I was working at Deep Creek Lake, Maryland, and I ran into Maz and his wife in a restaurant. I recognized him. The restaurant was virtually empty, so I went over and said, "Aren't you Bill Mazeroski?" And he was very kind and gracious, very friendly. He said, "Yeah." And I told him, I said, "I just finished reading this book called The Hidden Game of Baseball by John Thorne and Pete Palmer. And in it, there was an entire chapter describing in metrics how Maz won more games defensively than any player ever."
Mm-hmm.
And when I told him that, his eyes really lit up, and you could see he wanted to know more. You know, he was very interested in it. And I offered to make copies of the chapter and mail it to him if they liked. And they gave me their address, which at the time was in Greensburg.
Mm-hmm.
And I mailed them the copies, and shortly thereafter I got a really nice letter, probably written by Mylene. It looked like thanking me for it, which my mom put in a frame for me. I still have. So the point was they were real nice, and you could tell he took a lot of pride in being a really great defensive player. He even said something to the effect, "Yeah, those guys are getting into the hall because of offense." And this was like 15 years before, you know, he got elected by the Veterans Committee.
And that's one of the things that held him back, is that his it was, you know, they never focused on his defense to start with. I mean, he was a trendsetter in many ways by him eventually getting in. And so many people come to bat, you know, figuratively for him about his defense, that eventually he did get in that way. And I think now it's opened up some avenues for others who have been very good defensively.
Well, yeah, I even told him at the time, it was a short conversation. I didn't want to interrupt their meal, but although I did.
I'm surprised he didn't ask you to sit down and have a drink, because that's the kind of person he was.
Well, I don't remember that happening, but they were so nice. They gave me the address and wrote me the nice thank you letter after they received the copies I sent them. He was definitely interested in it, and you could kind of tell that he took a lot of pride in his defense, and he wished that people remembered him more for that than the homer, which was just one swing at the right time.
And that tells you a lot about him, the player and the person. Thanks, Marty, for the call. Appreciate that in Orlando.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
You too. But, you know, he took more pride in that than he did offense. He absolutely did, because that's where he made his money as a Gold Glove second baseman. Vernon Butler joins us right now here on the Bob Pompiani Show as we remember the life of Bill Mazeroski, who died today at the age of 89. Hello, Vern.
Hi, Bob. Yeah, I worked at a country club, and Maz was down there about 25 years ago when he signed a ball. Just like everybody else said, he's the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Here's a surprising thing. When my uncle died, my mom's brother, about 2 weeks before he died, the minister was up at his house, and he was showing him the seventh game ticket stub that he had from the 60 World Series. And I'm listening to that, the minister speaking. I never heard that. All growing up, I never heard that. Well, later on, when everything was over, I went home and I asked my mom. I said, "Mom, did Uncle Dick go to the seventh game of the 60 World Series?" He said, "Well, I guess so." You know. Well, later on, she talked to her younger brother. He said, "Yeah, we both went." He said, "You know, I got the ticket stub from that, and I got a program that I bought. If he wants, I'll send it to him." So I got a package one day in the mail. It had the seventh game of the 60 World Series and the program. Now, the ticket back then was only, I think, $7.50, and the program was like 50 cents. But all years growing up, I never heard my uncle ever mention that or anything, and I'm listening to that, and it was a surprise to me. But anyhow, I got the ticket stub plus the program from that game.
That's incredible. What a keepsake that is. Thank you very much for that memory there, Vern. We've had a lot of people say different things about Bill Mazeroski, and we appreciate your take on it. 412-928-9370. Guy in California is next up at the plate. What's up, Guy? How are you?
Good morning, Bob. Listen, I want to talk about hockey if I can, but as far as, Mazeroski's passing, people forget that baseball was the most popular sport in America in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
And baseball was kind of like the summer soundtrack for most young guys in the 60s. And anyone who grew up in the 60s, will always remember Mazeroski and the Pirates teams. Because remember, the first Super Bowl wasn't played until in 67.
Right. Baseball was America's sport, no question.
But real quick on the Olympic hockey, and I'll be careful what I say. I don't want to get myself in trouble here. First, Russia should have played, but they're not. But that's
I agree. They should have.
But the Buffalo Sabres must have cringed when they saw Tage Thompson walk off the ice. Here they are on the verge of making the playoffs for the first time since the 2010-2011 season. And, if you remember what happened to Hasek in 2006 and Tavares, John Tavares in 2014.
You're all at the Olympic Games, right?
Right. At the Olympics, they got injured, and they tanked. Basically, they caused the team's seasons to tank. But as far as Crosby playing, they'll probably let him play for a few minutes. Remember, in the Olympics, you can dress up 13 forwards as opposed to the NHL, which is only 12. And so they'll put him on the ice for a few minutes. I just hope he doesn't go. The Kachucks behave themselves and nothing too bad.
Yeah, that's an interesting proposition right there because USA hasn't won since 1980. They're going to be highly motivated to do whatever it takes, and they've already, I think, established themselves as a physical presence in these games. And while I agree with you that he'll be dressed, I'm going to be very interested to see how much ice time and where that ice time comes from.
Well, Canada was definitely shortened up their bench in the last game. I think Celebrini played like 24, 25 minutes. So it may be an issue where Crosby, not being 100%, wouldn't be out on the ice anyway. If he, and then as far as just watching the game, once again, I'll say I cringe. I also follow the Vegas Knights, and the Vegas Knights have 5 players playing in tomorrow's game. They have Eichel, Hannafin, and for Canada, Marner, Shea Theodore, and Stone. And as far as that overtime goes, the 3-on-3, listen, I think regular season, that's great. Get rid of the shootouts. The shootouts are ridiculous. And as far as the playoffs go, I think the preliminary rounds, it would be fine. Just to move along the game. And that's one of the reasons they played it in the Olympics, because they'll have only one ice surface. They can't play all day. But I think for the final round of the playoffs, the last 7 games, it should just be the
regular
routine, overtime.
I would go. I think they can do that. Thanks, Guy, for the call. I do think that's a possibility. And you're right about Buffalo. They've been snake bitten. And on the goal that Tage Thompson scored, they had Jack Eichel, of all people, set him up, which was Buffalo's 2nd overall pick back when Connor McDavid was 1st overall to Edmonton. Dave is in the car before we go to a break. Hey, Dave, how are you?
Hey, I'm good, Bob. How are you? Yeah, tough news about Maz. True Pittsburgh sports icon.
Yes, indeed.
But I wanted to talk a little bit about Steelers, and you made a comment that if the Steelers bring back Rodgers, it means they're in win now mode. And I actually think quite the opposite. My perspective.
Well, I do too, in the sense that I think their chances will be, but I'm speaking from their point of view. If they bring him back, that's what they're thinking, and that's what they're going to try to assemble.
I think if they bring him back, they're intentionally going into quiet rebuild mode. I think McCarthy is a transitional coach. I think you have no quarterback talent. You've got an old roster. You need to clean things up. That's going to take a couple years. Art's getting a little bit older. He wants to hand over to his kid. Maybe he doesn't want the cupboard to be bare. Let's have a good hometown kid coach the team. People will give him a pass as they slowly rebuild. and then you hand the keys over and let the next long-term coach be hired by Art's kid. I think they're quietly in a transition mode, and I think if they bring Rodgers back, that's part of it, because they don't have any quarterbacks on the roster.
Well, but if you're in a transition mode, wouldn't you want to find out about a Will Howard? And I say this only because Pony picked a good comparable career, and that would be Mark Bulger, who was also a 6th-round pick, waited for his chance. When he got it, he took off.
You have the time to develop Howard while Rodgers is out there playing. I know people are high on Will Howard. We haven't seen him throw an NFL pass. Maybe he is and maybe he isn't, but you're not going to find out on opening day of next year. So let him get a little tutelage under Rodgers. See how the defense and everything plays out. Maybe you have a successful season. Maybe you don't. Hopefully you don't, because maybe you get to draft some high-end talent the year that follows. I think there's a little bit more of a longer-term view that I hope the Steelers are taking.
I'll tell you what they may be doing, Dave, or they may be looking at sort of a hybrid rebuild, which is what the Penguins have done. Trying to rebuild on the fly by still trying to be competitive. That's hard to do, though. That's hard. And I think the Penguins, coming into the season, not many people thought they'd be able to do it, but so far they seem to be heading in that direction.
I like quiet transition, right? We're not going to come out and just blow it up and start over, but we're going to be smart about how we go about it. And I think another year of Rodgers, that's not win now mode, but that gives the appearance.
We'll see. Thanks, man, for the call. I'm up against the break, but I will say this. Before you can lose a playoff game, you have to get to the playoffs, and that's still something that they want to do. Now, when you get there, it depends on the road you get and the performance you make when you get there. It hasn't been good enough recently, but you still have to get to the playoffs before you can lose a playoff game. Troy, Jim, Johnny, and Jeff all coming up. We will continue with your conversations until 1:30, and then we join the Pitt Panther Network broadcast as Pitt gets ready to take on Notre Dame today at the Peterson Event Center. Really a must-win for them to get in this ACC tournament. That's coming up with Bill Hillgrove, along with Curtis Aiken on the call for this one. Charlie Bourgeois, he's doing it, right? Yeah, he's involved in that. Yeah, Gorgeous Borges, they call him, and I like to call him Bourgeois, but he'll be on the call as well. We have that all coming up at 1:30. In the meantime, more calls on the way right here at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The United States takes on Canada for the gold medal match in tomorrow's Winter Olympics final at 8:10 tomorrow morning, U.S. versus Canada. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Heacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Pellman Electric in Greensburg is a full-service electrical contractor serving all of Western PA. Pellman specialized in new homes, renovations, service upgrades, energy and efficient homes, hot tub, pools, landscape lighting. Call Pellman Electric 724-838-7150 for any electrical needs.
It's our Jeep Celebration sales event at jeepofpittsburgh.com. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram truck, and we will beat it. No games. It's easy as that. Visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This year, flavor doesn't walk. It runs wild. At P.F. Chang's, we're charging into the year of the horse with bold new wok-fired dishes like pork belly bao buns and refreshing cocktails like the Midnight Gallop. P.F. Chang's beloved red envelope tradition returns, adding a surprise element to every visit during the Lunar New Year. Each guest receives a red envelope revealing a special offer redeemable on a future visit. Celebrate the Lunar New Year with flavor that runs wild at P.F. Chang's. Valid for dine-in only while supplies last. Details at pfchangs.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley. It's freezing outside, and Pittsburgh's coldest days are still ahead. Luckily, Sullivan has an awesome deal to keep you comfortable all year long. Right now, when you purchase a Comfort Maker air conditioner from Sullivan Super Service, you'll receive a free furnace. That's real savings you can feel right now. And with Comfort Maker quality, you'll get reliable heat for today and dependable comfort for every season. Call Sullivan Super Service today at 412-436-3030 or book online at sullivanservice.com. Hurry, this offer won't last long.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your home, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. This week, they're doing free installation on all projects. That's right, free. This includes bathroom remodels, new windows, doors, even full house flooring. Plus, lock in special financing and get your project started with no money down. Schedule your free, no-obligation consultation right now and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan. Hey, everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. When the auto show comes to Pittsburgh, #1 Cochran Kia shows up in a big way. And right now, you can get exclusive savings on a new Kia as part of #1 Cochran's Auto Showtime event. If you're buying with cash, find models starting at just over $23,000 like the K4 sedan. If you plan to lease or finance, choose from affordable monthly payments and rates as low as 0% on the Sorrento, Sportage, and Telluride. Number one Cochran Kia's lot is also loaded with more than 300 new vehicles to pick from. Combine that with their clearly better car buying experience, and there's no reason to miss the Auto Showtime event. It's now at number one Cochran Kia and CochranKia.com. 0% APR for 48 months is $1,000 financed at $20.83 per month. In stock only while supplies last. May not stack with other offers. Ends 3/2/26.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. This is the Bob Pompiani Show.
I'm turning it up.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Rolling along, want to tell you about fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. You want to retire in a Florida beach house? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Temperatures today in the 40s. They'll drop into the 30s and then some snow moving in. Not a lot, but enough to be pesky tomorrow through Sunday. 412-928-9370. We've been jamming in a lot here. Of course, tributes to Bill Mazeroski, who died today at the age of 89. So sad to see that. Also, 3-on-3 hockey. Would you like to see it in the NHL playoffs? And what about Sidney Crosby? Would he be able, should he play tomorrow in this gold medal game? It's like a 70%. He's listed as a game time decision. Back to the lines we go. Johnny and Farrell's up right now. Johnny, make it quick, please.
All right, Bob. Condolences to Maz and the family. But did you think of how the Steelers are going to rebuild? Because I'm thinking what they should do is find the positions that cost the least and find the best players. So running back, that's an easy one. Re-sign Gainwell, and then guard. We can get a top-tier guard for 10, 12, maybe up to 15. So if you spend in free agency the least amount of money on the positions that pay the least, then that opens up for us to go in the draft for positions like wide receiver and other ones that cost more, but they'll be cheap because they're rookies. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and there are a lot of different ways, and I think what you say is interesting. On that note, it's interesting to see how this changes, too. Did you know the Cleveland Browns are set to lose their entire offensive line to free agency?
Yeah, but Tonio is one of those ones that are going to be out there.
Right.
So for under 18 million-ish, 17, we could get our running back, our guard, and then worry about the high-pay ones later.
They also could go to James Daniel, who was released by I don't know if he's signed with anyone since. I haven't really followed what's happened to him, but he was released. He plays that position, and he wants to spend time here. A lot of different ways to go, and that'll make this draft very interesting. Thanks, Johnny, for the call. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Got to move along here. We're going to go out to Troy in Mount Washington. Troy, good afternoon. How are you?
Bob, what's going on?
Not much. What's going on with you, man?
Couple quick would-you-rather questions for you, just some rapid fire. The next 5 years, who would you rather have, Cooper Flagg or Giannis?
Cooper Flagg.
Okay, next 5 years, who would you rather have, Connor Griffin or Bryce Harper?
Connor Griffin.
Next 5 years, who would you rather have, Trevor Lawrence or Brock Purdy?
Trevor Lawrence.
Okay, and then within the next 3 years, the Pirates win a World Series or you never shoot over par on any course you play?
I never shoot over par on any course. That's easy for me. How would you answer that?
Taking? Pirates World Series or you never shoot over par on any course you play?
If I could never shoot over par again, I think I would take that. I'm sorry.
It's only 3 years. It's only 3 years.
Yeah, it may take that long anyway, so why not? I'll take it.
Yeah, I'm taking it too.
All right. Is there anything else?
Hey, just and then real quick, if let's say Aaron Rodgers is back, rate these top three free agent acquisitions for me. If Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback, Mike Evans, Tariq Woolen at cornerback, and Aaron Jones at running back.
You're asking me what order?
Yes. What order would you like to have those three? And would you like all three of those if Aaron was back?
Well, I don't know if they could fit all three. Evans would be.
Well, Aaron Jones won't cost much because you're not paying Gainwell. Mike, you're looking to pay another receiver anyway, and Mike Evans is not going to ask for a lot. It's probably going to be a 2-year contract with how old he is. And then the last one was Tariq Woolen. Who there's a cornerback. There's a lot of cornerbacks at Seattle. I know they just won a championship, but they have that new young corner that's kind of taking the spot, and they do a really good job drafting. So I see him kind of being on the bottom end, plus he is a free agent and his contract is up. So you're looking to pay a corner anyway or pay someone on the team. I think they have the money for all three if they realistically wanted to do it. Just would you be interested? And
I would be interested. I would be interested in Evans for 1 year. Yes, I just think he's a constant producer. Whenever he has opportunities, fought back from injury last year, and I thought came back strong. Woolen interests me as well. I'm not going to go. I think I'll sign Gainwell. I liked what I saw from him here. I wouldn't mess with that position right now. But thanks for the call, Troy, and I thank you for playing the game. And I look to make even par or under the rest of the next 3 years. Thank you for that. You give me some good mojo heading into this. Jim in Naples, Florida is up next. And Naples has to be, and I know it's got to be beautiful down there because I see some of the pictures in Orlando and Tampa and Bradenton. Is it nice there too?
Bob, it's 83 and no clouds.
Thank you very much for that weather update. I wish I could say the same here.
I'm driving home from golf, and I looked at my phone and I saw the Maz thing on about the 14th hole, and I couldn't quit thinking about it. But the thing that struck me the most is what I used to hang out at Champion Lakes a lot. I've been playing golf for 60 years, and I met Elroy, I met Maz a couple times, and Dick Grote was probably one of the greatest people I ever met in my life.
Totally agree.
And think about that 60 team. What great people. I mean, we could go on and on talking about the people that were on it, but they were just wonderful people.
Yeah, all of them. And that's cut from a different cloth back then, There was a lot more, just being part of a team, knowing that you had to have a career after your sport because you weren't making all that much during that time. It's all radically changed since then. But those guys were and they appreciated fans. They appreciated everything they got. It was almost a humble approach to just about everything they did, all those guys. Elroy faced his stride last week, and Elroy faced another one. People forget he had 3 saves in that World Series in 1960.
And you think about Vernon Law and what a person, and Bob Friend, and you could go on and on. They were all just unbelievable.
Well, I'm glad you had a good golf round, and I hope that continues.
I don't want to take up too much time.
No, but it's nice that you had that thought, and everyone who saw that for the first time this morning was just so saddened, and I'm sure you felt that way when you saw that on the 14th hole. Thanks, Jim, for the call at 412-928-9337. Justin is in Pittsburgh, and now he's on the fan. Hey, Justin.
How's it going, Bob?
Good, thank you.
Just 2 questions for you, and I actually have a comment about O'Neal Cruz. So my first question for you, do you feel like what do you think the Pirates need to do in order to progress in the season, to get further, with, runs and defense? What do you think they need to do in order to do that?
Well, first of all, I think they need another starting pitcher because I think most of these young guys you have are going to be on somewhat of a pitch count. Not Skeen so much because he's gone through it now. Chandler will be. Jones, when he comes back, will be. Ashcraft will be. They need guys who can give them and buy them innings. And you have Mitch Keller, who's somebody who can do that. He's done it well, but I think you need still one more. And there are guys out there they can get before the end of this spring training. Number 2, I would hope, you could talk about all the new guys they brought in. Will Ozuna help? I hope so. Yes, he should. O'Hearn should help. Yes, Brandon Lau's a 25 home run guy at second. But what those guys should be able to do is help guys like Cruz and Reynolds and people who have been here realize their potential. O'Neal Cruz is probably the most important Pirate this year. You can talk about Connor Griffin all you want, but Cruz has to go into that next level where I think many project him to be.
Yeah, I agree honestly with that. That's I've been to many Pirate games and I've seen, catches and hits from many different players over the course of the seasons that we went to. And I still think they could do more. I still think they can really progress more in, the regular season and then hopefully make a playoff spot.
I mean, that's the goal. They got to get there this year. And if they do, what a sense of crazy it'll be over at PNC Park, just like it was 10 years ago when they went through this. And the other thing, if you're going to really talk about it here, Justin, is they're catching. They need production, however you get it out of the catcher. I've been on Henry Davis. I liked him last year when I thought they should have played him just to see if he could progress, and he certainly did defensively. Can he make the same improvement offensively? That's not easy when you're a 167 hitter. If you get to 220, that's an enormous jump, and 220 isn't saying anything. But for him, that may be the step he needs to take, and the more he plays, hopefully and again, those other veteran bats around him hopefully will help him become a better hitter.
Yeah, that because it helps when you have
a team that stands behind you and then also backs you up with, if somebody gets hurt, like a veteran batter gets hurt, you have somebody that is right there ready to go,
Yeah, they need that. I'm anxious to see what this Rafael Flores is going to be like. They acquired him in the David Bednar trade. And he's, comes with some high potential. We'll see. Third base is going to be interesting. As this season rolls along, I wonder what they're going to do there. Triolo is certainly capable of playing it at a high level defensively. Can you afford his bat in the lineup? The answer to that would be yes, if everyone else does what they're supposed to do. But if you're looking for offense, you may have to adjust that too.
Yeah. Well, thanks for your time,
Justin,
Bob.
appreciate it. All right, thank you for the call. Let's one more before we go to break here, Joel. That's Joe in Collier. Joe, go right ahead.
Hey, Bob, I'm not sure if you have time, but I have a quick story about an experience with Bill Mazeroski. The Pirates, Nellie Browse and Steve Blass used to sponsor a charitable golf event at Laurel Valley every year, and my company bought a foursome, and I went out there, and one of the members of our foursome had to cancel, and they said to us, don't worry about it, we'll put somebody in your foursome. So we go, we check in, and they say, we put Bill Mazeroski in your foursome with you. Well, all of us are about late 50s, early 60s, so we're all literally ready to just scream, and he comes out on the first tee and introduces himself like there's no chance we would know who he was, and it was just ridiculous. But we all kind of promised ourselves we're not going to pester him. Let him play his golf game. Let him have a good time. We're not going to bother him. So we play 17 holes. We finally get to the 18th hole, and we were waiting for someone to tee off. We couldn't take it anymore. We looked at him and said, you know what, Bill or Maz, we've been trying to be patient, but any chance you could talk a little bit about what happened that night, the Game 7? And he goes, oh, I would love to tell you stories about that. He said that was one of the best things that ever happened in my life. And he went on to tell us about what he did, and what was even funnier, what he did after he hit the home run with his wife. That he and his wife he said, last game of the year, my wife would prepare a picnic basket every year, and we'd go up to Shenley Park, and we'd have a picnic up at Shenley Park. And we're like, what did you do after the Game 7? He goes, I showered, and I went up and met my wife at Shenley Park. And we looked at him and said, are you kidding? I mean, everything goes, there are parties everywhere. And he goes, yeah, we didn't know that. He said, we were sitting at Shenley Park, and we're looking down, and Pittsburgh, there's police cars, and there's all kind of things going on in the city. And I look at my wife and I say, I wonder what the hell's going on in Pittsburgh.
That's the kind of guy he was. That does not surprise me.
There was never a more humble, classy man that I've ever met in my life. The guy was incredible, and I'm telling you, he could still smack the ball 270 right down the middle. We never spent a minute looking for his ball.
He was a very good golfer, absolutely. And even as he got older in some of the events that I was up with him in his charity events, he still would hit it straight, and that short game didn't necessarily leave him. So he loved to hang out in those kind of situations. I'm not surprised. You should have opened up to him earlier. He would have told you a whole bunch of stuff, Joe, but glad you had that experience.
He would have, but we thought, nah, you know what? He's here to play golf. And you know what? Afterwards, this is even funny. We went in and we thought we're going to leave him alone. He comes over to us. He buys a drink and he comes over to us. He goes, you guys mind if I sit with you? We're like, holy hell, we'll pay you to sit with us. Are you kidding me?
A lot of people did in charitable outings. Thanks, Joe. You got a great experience and a story that'll last forever. Appreciate your call. 412-928-9370. We'll come back and lead you into Pitt Notre Dame pregame show coming up at 1:30. The Panthers need a win badly here as the Irish come to town right here on the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy place every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding February lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $369 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook. Want to know why betting the winter games on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle on the events you care about most, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The winter games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches that start to slow and somehow get tense fast. Speed skating decided by inches. And hockey games that feel different from the opening face-off. So much more. U.S. hockey now going into the knockout stage with a bye into the quarterfinal round. They are right now the second favorites to win. The favorites being Canada. The way that they exploded through the preliminary round, Crosby's excellent play. The U.S. will likely play Sweden in the next round, and that'll be a tough match given Sweden came into this tournament with the third best odds to win. So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Just thinking about how prices have gone up stresses me out. Everything's too expensive.
Yeah, but it's all good.
What's your deal?
What's my deal? I saved at Metro by T-Mobile with no activation fees. And I got 4 lines for just $25 each.
Wow.
And 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G. And no ID required.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only at Metro. Visit your store today. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Restoration, and Broken Bow Records.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt basketball at 2 o'clock today takes on Notre Dame at the Peterson Event Center. Coverage on The Fan here begins at 1:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Now back to more.
Please, Seth.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show. Let's go. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. All right, so Pitt will take on Notre Dame today. And right now, Pitt is, right at the bottom of the ACC. They're 2-11 in conference, 9-17 overall. Tied with Boston College, just barely ahead of Georgia Tech. Notre Dame is just barely ahead of them. They're 3-10. So this game today is meaningful that you just want to get into the ACC tournament if you have a chance. At this point, they're not in that position. Duke leads it all with 13-1. Virginia's behind them, then Miami, NC State, and Clemson. And one of the things you see with Duquesne and Robert Morris, both have had much better seasons. Robert Morris is, they've had to retool just about everything in order to come back from a raid of the NIL that took a lot of their players away. And what about Duquesne now? Here they are in the Atlantic 10, which, by the way, the tournament is coming to Pittsburgh this year. And they're a team that's on the rise. So I think basically what you're talking about is Duquesne making maybe a run in Pittsburgh. I would love to see that because they're playing well. They're just going to have a big win the other night against Fordham. I'm trying to call up their standings here because I want to see where they are. So bear with me as I do that. And by the way, Pitt's coming up here today. That'll be on 93.7 The Fan, coming at you at 1:30 with a pregame show. So Duquesne right now is 8-5. Based on who's on top, St. Louis is 13-1 on top of that conference. VCU is 12-3. Then George Mason, St. Joseph, Duquesne, which has won 2 in a row. They're 17-9 overall, but they're in a position where they can make some things happen here when that tournament comes to Pittsburgh. And I'll be anxious to see that for sure. At 412-928-9370. Basketball coming up today at 1:30 with a Pitt Panther pregame show. In the meantime, let's take one more call before we go to break and sign it on off. We got Dave in Oakland. Hey, Dave, what's going on?
Hey, I lived in Oakland, and I don't know if you remember, but I went to Frick School. I was right up on 5th Avenue.
Okay.
5th and Bouquet. And we got out at 3:25. So I ran down the hill and went to the Home Plate Cafe because you couldn't get in. You might not be able to get in. I used to know how to sneak in, but if you couldn't get in, so I went to the Home Plate Cafe. They gave me 5 pennants to sell, and they said 75 cents a piece. If the Pirates win, if they lose, if they win, it's $1. So I had 5 pennants, and they let me go in through the front gate, the Home Plate gate, and I was running up the ramp to get in, and he hit the home run, and I missed it.
No.
But I was able to sell. I sold all 5 of the pennants in like 30 seconds for $1 a piece.
Well, at least you did what you had to do there, but you missed one of the most iconic moments in Pittsburgh sports history, although
yeah,
you've seen it 1,000 times since then. So that's a good story to tell, though. But thank you for telling it here. Appreciate it, man.
Hey, Bob, one other thing. I hope you don't get mad.
Go ahead. No, go.
Please get off of Malkin's back.
I haven't been on Malkin's back lately.
Oh, yeah, I know, because I haven't been playing. Every time he gets a penalty, you'll say, that was a stupid penalty.
Well, most of them are stupid. That's why I say, because you get the good and the bad with him. And there are certain times when you commit a penalty in the attack zone, that's a bad penalty to take.
Yeah, but if you watch what he's been doing this year more than anything, he's stealing the puck off of these guys. He's going to get a penalty every now and then.
No, listen, I think he's had a tremendous season. and I'm glad he got the rest over this Olympic breaks. He should be better because of it. So should Ben Kidno. But as far as his taking penalties, I think he's got to be aware of that, especially when he is in the attack zone. There's a lot of that goes on with stick play that I don't like, and that's just the way. I know it's you get the good with the bad with him. It's the same with Chris Letang, sort of the same kind of stuff. So both outstanding players. I want to see him do well. I want to see him win when they have a chance this year, but I also know that you can't take some of those penalties because they do end up costing you. But thanks for the call. I appreciate that. And hopefully the Penguins can get it, when they come back, right back on track here. They're going to start this Thursday with, I think it's the Devils coming into town. And New Jersey is a team that hasn't had the kind of year that's won it, but they got some really good players on their team, including all the Hugheses, some of the stars of the Olympic Games so far. So what do they do at the deadline? It's going to be very intriguing to me to watch what Kyle Dubas has up his sleeve because, they're in a pretty good position right now with 4 lines the way they're going. Their 4th line has been one of the best in all of hockey. And when you put Brazeau and Mantha up there in 3rd-line situations, regardless of who's their center, they've been putting up big numbers. Skinner and Sheelos have been good together. Do they go out and make a move? Do they trade Skinner because he's at the end of a contract and make room for Murashov? These are all stories that will be talked about in the coming weeks as the Penguins resume after the Olympic break. And that'll all wrap up tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pittsburgh time, where Canada and the USA go for the gold. It's interesting that the date is February 22nd, 2026, because on February 22nd, 1980, Lake Placid was the scene of the Miracle on Ice, the last time the USA hockey team won a gold medal. They'll have a chance to correct that coming up tomorrow at 8 a.m., and they are not expected, based on some of the ratings here and some of the sportsbooks you see, of winning that game. Canada is the favorite. And the bigger question is Sidney Crosby. They do dress 13 forwards in this competition, so that's an extra one they normally get here, so you can certainly see him on the ice. The question is, how many minutes will he get? How will they use him if he's not close to 100%? That'll be the number one issue that we find, and probably well before 8 a.m. the news will come out. As of the moment, he is listed as a game-time decision, which is amazing considering that hit he took and what his leg looked like when he left the ice that day. All right, that's going to wrap it up for me. Joel, thank you very much. Joel Nelson always does a great job back there, multitasking as he often does. I want to thank you for joining us today. Coming up, it's Pitt Panther basketball. It's Pitt and Notre Dame. Must wins, really, for both of these teams here, despite where they are in the ACC. If you're going to get into that tournament, you got to win today. Bill Hillgrove and Curtis Ake will be on the car. Charlie Borges will be running everything back here as we get you set for ACC basketball today from the Pete. That's going to do it. Have a great day. We'll see you again next week right here on the Bob Pompiani Show.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
United States goes for gold against Canada. The match will be tomorrow morning at 8:10. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Listen up, basketball. At Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.